We begin the episode covering the events starting from 56123, hopefully through 56142.2, as the USS Kismet has come to dock with Starbase Aegis with Fleet Captain Grennan and Lieutenant Commander Varder to report to Rear Admiral Nia. The temporal incident in the Ippolyp system adds to Grennan's rather long report of the activities of Tiger Squadron, which will lead to the fleet captain being met at the dock. Meanwhile, Captain Pend, aboard Deep Space Arcania, will meet with Commander Wright to ponder the intentions and movements of House Subgitta, a great Klingon house in the region. And lastly, we will look to the USS Maxwell Planck with Commander Myth, as she finds herself troubled with more than the duty to explore the stars, but also those hidden stars deep within herself.
Dude, I'm so happy you edited that blurb.
Yeah. So we start at the docks coming off of the USS Kismet. As Varder is stepping out with Grennan, and you find yourself met by a pair of Starfleet officers, and there is someone waiting in the back in a suit with a little badge hanging off of their, with a comm badge on.
I just realized I am not in the game as a player.
I just realized I'm not in the game at all. I had the wrong one open.
Wait, are you in the Monday game?
Nope, there we go. I can see it.
Okay.
So yeah, I see some people in Starfleet uniform.
And a civilian gentleman in the back with a comm badge on.
Huh, okay.
Me no like that.
Fleet Captain Harmon Grennan, Lieutenant Commander Varder Redun.
That would be us.
He presents, he takes out from a pocket and presents an identification as he steps forward a little bit so it's easier to see. Department of Temporal Investigations. Your ship is on lockdown until further notice. We require the examination of all your ship logs. Please instruct your crew to step away from their stations. I'm going to need to interview the two of you later. If you'll just follow these gentlemen, they will escort you to the interview room.
Understood.
I figured this was about to happen.
I'll give my authorization to follow any directions you may have.
And they the two security officers gesture this way.
Brennan nods.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go.
Look, I didn't do a great job of preserving the timeline. I have to play nice.
What? I wasn't misbehaving. Why are you saying that?
A bit of time passes. Until the two of you find yourself sitting across the desk from the gentleman who identifies himself as Trevor Esperson.
Esperson.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry, that amuses me. No,
Esperin or
Esperson?
Is it Esperin or Esperson?
Esperin, sorry, I mispronounced it. Well, we've had a chance to look over your logs and reports. I presume all your recordings of the events are accurate and nothing was falsified to protect anyone or any such nonsense?
That is correct.
Yeah, no, there wasn't really anything on my end to do. We just recovered them. And then found out later it was a time thing.
I apologize that the computer logs of the runabout weren't available for you to comb over, but well, wasn't much left.
There wasn't anything left.
What was wrong with the computer system of the runabout?
It was destroyed. The runabout was destroyed in the temporal shift that brought us back to present times.
Interesting. So, might I ask, what exactly you did with the device that you purloined?
In what regards? As how we used it to get home, or what we did with it afterwards?
What you did with it afterwards is the more important thing. I already know
Well-
you're home. You're sitting here.
Well, it no longer exists, as best to our knowledge. As said, it was destroyed along with the shuttlecraft.
I was the one that recovered the fleet captain once he appeared on our sensors. We didn't pick up any notable debris or anything that seemed abnormal. If it was there, we didn't pick it up. And I don't think it was there, because our sensors and crew are fairly competent.
Well,
This
That
wouldn't
is
be the first
unfortunate.
time that we've had to pick up anomalous objects of that nature.
are you aware that stealing historical artifacts from the past and subsequently destroying them in the future constitutes a violation of the Temporal Prime Directive
I believe it was
under the
destroyed in
Starfleet Charter?
I am aware of the statutes.
Although I believe the object was technically destroyed in the past. About the
But
same time
your
it was-
records show that Mr. Grennan here did in fact steal it out of time.
Except, in as far as we can tell, that object was always destroyed in a relatively recent time frame. It's our best understanding that it was our shuttlecraft impacting that device floating in space that resulted in us becoming displaced in time.
Do you have any idea what it is you hit? The logs seem rather vague.
Well, again, it's mainly conjecture based on the situation, but given where we were, given what we knew, the only thing that we could reason it being was that device left floating in space for all those years.
I don't know. Varder probably doesn't even know what fucking device we're talking about. He just knows we didn't pick anything up.
Yeah.
Because he was like,
I presume, Mr. Grennan, that you aren't aware of how how Starfleet tests weaponry, whether present or past. That's not a department you covered, correct? You being in the command division for most of your career.
Would that be something that Grennan would be familiar with at all?
Insight plus tactical, difficulty of 3. And it's not a well-known fact, but you might know it.
Insight tactical?
Yep.
yes.
With the tactical knowledge.
Yes, for weapons testing.
What's tactical? Security?
Oh, goddamn. Security.
I'm like,
Even you're doing it now.
Yep. See, they knew what I meant because they're
hell?
that's why I call security in my Monday game. Sorry.
oh.
So I just said it straight. Didn't think it was weird.
No, it made sense to me.
It
Okay.
made sense to everyone except for Grennan.
Okay.
Sorry.
Take a threat.
Sure. See, now we're allowed to say threat.
3.
3 law focus.
Yes, actually.
Because yeah, I was gonna say you're citing legality at me.
Regulation, but yeah.
Regulations often decided by legality. So.
I don't think he's
He's
gonna
not
like this
headbutting
midnight
the
power.
tablet.
Yep, I'm gonna take that.
Oh, sweet. Grennan got a midnight power. Nice.
Apparently so.
Wow.
Letting that stand, I presume.
Yeah.
I'll take the 2 threat. You have no sweet
Um,
clue. It's something you never had to deal with before.
Well, I've dealt with many Federation statutes in my time, but unfortunately, temporal regulations was never. It was always one of the optional courses.
And this is
I'm not speaking of temporal directives, Mr. Grennan. I'm talking about
Oh, I'm
weapons
sorry.
testing.
Sorry. That one, the weapons testing one. Sorry. Yes, that. Weapons testing is a little bit out of my bailiwick.
You're what?
Bailiwick.
What's a bailiwick?
Area of
Familiarity.
expertise.
You'll get used to it, sir. He uses many human terminologies.
I'm human. I don't know what he's talking about.
Old human
Oh,
terminologies.
It's out of my. It's okay. Out of my wheelhouse.
What's a wheelhouse?
Area of expertise.
Okay. If you would stick with standard galactic common, I would much appreciate it. I'm not from Earth, you see, Mr. Grennan.
Okay. Anyways,
Be careful of one's assumptions, yes? A
Yes.
byword of the temporal department.
mhm.
So one of the things that I'll educate you on is that weapons testing is done in multiple stages. We don't test generally, the Federation does not approve the testing of the entire device until its final stage. In early prototype testing, they test guidance, sensor, and yield as separate entities, and then they construct them together in one final form to fire it, to see how it acts in the shakedown cruise. The device that you captured was simply a detonation test, a yield test. You grabbed a warhead. That warhead could not have possibly been out in the position that you report your runabout going. It could not have possibly been that far out of the system without anyone recording its event or its misadventure due to the high secrecy attached to it. In fact,
Then what do you suggest? Then what do you suggest that we hit? Because we clearly hit something that exploded with a lot of force and caused us to be temporally displaced.
Am I even supposed to be here if you're talking about things that I don't know from the whole time thing? Or is this me being
yeah.
briefed on what's happened with the time thing?
You are being briefed on the possible arrest of your superior officer as the intelligence officer of Tiger Squadron. So,
Yay!
Again?
Yay!
I assume he's not going to escape you, the recruiting poster boy of Starfleet.
I'm not the recruiting poster boy of Starfleet. There are many of us. But he hasn't escaped me yet, even when he's been cloned and kidnapped, so...
Good.
Or presumed dead multiple times.
Do you believe the captain is lying in any of his reports or falsified any data or managed to destroy his runabout to evade his responsibilities? In your expert opinion?
No.
Okay.
But in my opinion, and from the reports of the crew that were with him.
Presence
acting
plus security difficulty 1. He is inclined to believe a high reputation security officer. Plus, Grennan's high reputation is helping with this as well.
Yeah. Presence security. Ooh, yay. Chain of command focus?
Yep. Ultimately, Starfleet answers to the civilian government, and this guy's a member of the civilian government.
And have a threat just because bold.
Okay.
That's a good reason why I gave you that. Wow.
Wow.
Well, I still passed, but hey, what the...
Then
Wow.
Great start.
Then I'll inform the both of you exactly what our investigation turned up. It is our belief that you, given the evidence that we have, that you struck a temporal mine. Someone intentionally sent you to that time period so you would interfere with the test and be forced to escape. They engineer it in such a way that your only method of escape rapidly would either be through a rather risky warp maneuver, which with your damaged runabout would have been rather difficult, or require you to steal a ship. Instead, you interfered with one of the most advanced weapons tests in Starfleet history. In fact, it is entirely possible that our development of the quantum torpedo has been set back at least a century because of that interference.
Don't we
We
have
might have
one
gotten
now?
it sooner. when Wolf 359 occurred, given our estimations. Then again, it could have been captured by the Orions. It could have been captured by Klingons. The fact
Indeed,
is,
it was indeed. We are aware, based on our logs, that the Klingons were interested in getting their hands on this weapon.
so you can see that through such an instrumental historical event that you perpetrated its interference in against your will, that you are in quite a problem, Fleet Captain.
I can imagine so, and ironic for someone who's in Department of Temporal Investigations, but I suspect you share my one of my standing phrases. I hate time travel.
I perfectly like time travel when it's done responsibly and with forethought of all the temporal regulations and directives, including the briefings we give to Starfleet, which none of you read.
I read them.
So,
I read them. I just don't get sent back in time. It's my job, though.
yes. So, I'm going to give you the opportunity to allow Starfleet to fix the problem, rather than let us fix your problem. Since our method will require you and your ship to be grounded until further notice, until we can assure that we have a safe method to change the timeline, or you go back and fix it yourself, since you had the most knowledge of the event, and I can deputize you to that effect. And I'll note that I am taking into consideration long-running history, your service to the Federation, and on the recommendation of Rear Admiral Nia. Otherwise, you would simply be in the brig right now, rather than having this nice, pleasant chat.
So, in other words, we'd take the Kismet, perform, I presume, the slingshot maneuver?
You'll be provided with a device that will safely drive you back in time and allow you to recall back to your initial jump point.
That must
You will
be
not be
that must be highly classified technology.
very. It'll be, as they say, it'll be a black box attached to your engine system. Your engineer will not be allowed to examine it or study it. A member of DTI will have to be present to activate and deactivate it. We will put in an emergency failsafe. In the event that our agent is incapacitated, it will simply activate on its own. Since we cannot risk telling you how it works for various reasons.
No, that makes sense.
I don't have to like it, though.
The option
That's
is
just
you
no
can.
offense. My job is knowing things.
Understandable. There is the option of letting us deal it in the alternative way. You simply just have to wait till a temporal ship is able to enter the vicinity and deal with the mission, which that could take a classified amount of time. So classified, I don't know how long it's going to take them, since time is relative.
I hate that.
Wouldn't it be a greater risk, though, to send us back? We'd effectively be interfering with events that we ourselves participated in, or at least that I myself participated in.
I've been informed that the Tiger Squadron and the Kismet crew are a resourceful and mad hat bunch that will get the job done if you point them in the direction, to quote one of the Admiralty staffers. So if I could get the problem solved by the people who caused it now, then I would prefer that, rather than waiting for some distant temporal ship to get here and possibly fix it, which may involve something that will reflect poorly upon an Admiralty candidate.
All right. I think we might be able to do it. I think the question is, well, do we have any idea as to what specifically needs to be done? Or is a lot of this for us to figure out when we get there?
The key part is that the device needs to go back. We'll need to replicate the part here and now, and it is exact as we have in their specifications. And then you are to bring it back and reset it in position and ensure that it leaves a certain operational area. Once it leaves that area, you will be informed by the DTI agent if events have continued. We can't tell you exactly what happened because, according to my records, a person matching your descriptions was present during the events of the testing. So you were there. Now, whether a temporal ship would have to take up makeup and pretend to be you, or you actually are supposed to be there, is part of the confusion. So we have to let history play out. But don't worry, the agent we're sending with you will be briefed, or at least have a device that will brief them on when to activate the device to pull you home.
Now, we wouldn't just be going in a small shuttle. We'd be in a large starship. How are we supposed to blend in?
Oh, I must have miscommunicated. You aren't taking the Kismet back. You would have it installed in a Galileo-class shuttle.
No, that's
Oh.
how, carefully.
Interesting.
So-
Taken out from the mothballs, I presume.
It gets used from time to time.
So, what are our ranks back then, if we were present? Or I assume, like, we're gonna get issued uniforms and papers or, you know what I mean, papers, documentation to fit what we're supposed to be. Presumably.
He taps at the computer. Let's see. According to our infiltration file, and that's your rank, and your rank in position was okay. That's correct. A gold shirt Commodore and a red shirt Commander.
Commodore?
That was the rank of fleet captains and rear admirals in its era.
Right. Weird.
You'll be issued the appropriate equipment as befitting your ranks, and you will choose from a list of names which ones you believe you'll be most able to address to and be able to blend in with. Of course, Varder, you will not be able to go as Bajorn, as Bajor had not entered. No Bajorn had ever entered Starfleet service until, well, just before the Treaty of Bajor. So,
I'm getting a fake nose, aren't I?
you know, I had to pretend to be an Andorian once. Almost gave myself away with the antennae. People thought I was
Okay.
perpetually sad for some reason, until I realized that it had something to do with the nonverbal communications of Andorians of the era.
Okay, well,
Duly
I
noted.
don't think there's any non-verbal human communications I need to worry about.
They're big on shaking of hands, apparently.
Yeah, I know that one. At least it's not grabbing ears.
Do you have any questions about your assignment or any requisitions from our store you wish us to put into your Galileo class? You are as well permitted to pull some of your those officers you believe necessary to the achievement of your mission. But try not to bring too many people. Although Galileo classes are big, we have to account for the fact that you are carrying a massive torpedo back to the location. So a good chunk of the space is going to be taken up by the torpedo itself.
Neither of us are scientists or engineers, so that seems like a requirement.
Yeah. But I think we
As
have a
much as I
couple
can
of
tinker with
officers
things.
perfectly suited to the job.
And they would be.
Let me look at our.
Oh, there's a lot.
I was speaking in the general sense, but
Time for the fleet captain to make some goddamn decisions.
yeah. Abernathy.
Abernathy?
What department?
Science.
Science.
She's on
Lieutenant
the
Grace
Achilles, you know.
Abernathy
No,
focuses in.
she's on the Achilles.
Oh, damn it!
It says it on a sheet and everything.
Yeah. We have
'cause she
Cecil
has.
and Garal. as our
Because she had a
options for the
focus in temporal mechanics and galactic history. Darn.
Yeah, no, we've got Cecil and Garal as our scientists.
Then probably Cecile.
She is far easier to hide as Acacian, yes,
Yes.
than the Cardassian. The Cardassian would basically be
Yep.
impossible.
Yep. Lieutenant Cecile. I think she'll blend in well enough. Need someone to pilot. That'll probably be.
Do we?
Do you want Grennan flying?
I mean, Grennan can technically do it.
I know you can technically do it, but crashing does not count.
The con officer you have available to you is a Klingon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I
No.
mean, technically, Sala's also there, so you have an Andorian.
Yeah,
That's true.
and she was also already involved, so that
Yeah.
makes sense. Asala, and I don't know when
How-
Grazerites became a thing. When did Grazerites join the Federation? I don't know.
Mhm.
TNG era.
So they're fine. No, they're not.
No,
Never
they're not
mind.
fine.
Wrong era.
It's the opposite.
Yep, they're not fine. Okay.
For
Fucking hell,
an engineer. Yeah, I think probably.
Like the Lord Engineer. Yeah, no, that'd be Vada. Who's also now a red shirt, right?
And a commander, because they didn't have lieutenant commanders back then.
No. And if you actually want Asala to fly, then Asala. Who
Oh,
is...
they do have lieutenant commanders. I'm lying to you. Sorry. I thought they didn't have lieutenant commanders back then.
Yeah, and Asala, because, I mean, she was there the first time around. And might be useful if Grennan somehow winds up, like, incapacitated in some fashion. And someone who was there needs to pick up the slack.
Yeah, that makes it quite straightforward. Small enough group?
That should be enough. You'll be issued your Type 1 and Type 2 phasers. I would recommend reading the orientation booklet for how to use the older style of firearm. The last thing you want to do is be reaching for the push button when it is in fact a trigger.
Am I supposed to have the appropriate codes for intelligence back then as well, or am I just some regular security?
Our cover for you is that you are a top secret attaché from Starfleet Intelligence that is bringing along a backup of the testing device.
Okay.
It is a slight tweak to the timeline, but it fits within the narrative enough that we'd rather extra names were present than the loss of a quantum torpedo prototype.
Much harder breadcrumb trail to follow back to the inconsistency.
Nods. Also, keep in mind, somebody wanted you there and wanted to interfere with the test. So if they find out that the test is continuing the way it's supposed to, then someone's going to try to interfere again. Hence why we want to make sure you have some rank rather than normally we'd put you as just rank as crewman and you'd fade away into the ranks, but we need you to have some rank and authority so you're not just hindered by the bureaucracy of the era.
Great.
Hmm.
I love bureaucracy.
And to add to your cover, Commodore, you will have been based out of Starfleet Command at the Earth starport.
Yeah. Good a cover as any.
Anything you wish to requisition other than the approval of these persons in their new uniforms and gear? We'll keep your Bajoran weaponry in storage here for obvious reasons, Varder.
Oh yeah, no, that was without question. And the earrings. Doubt there's any excuse for those.
Oh,
They were not normally permitted within the old dress codes.
No.
That wasn't updated until very recently.
something we'll have to be careful of. We can't let anyone perform a medical scan on Varder.
Why?
His
Oh,
bones.
I'm sorry? What about his bones?
My bones are technically a separate living entity.
What?
That's not classified information. It should be on my file.
Oh, for the love of... He taps at his computer.
I mean,
Why do I
I'm
need
sure
a...
there's plenty of weird things back then that can be explained away as, hi, it's classified, I'm an intelligence officer.
Sufficiently
Oh.
psionic. A sufficiently psionic person might be able to detect the presence of it as well.
Yeah. From everything I know, it just detects as multiple presences, which is not specifically a bad thing.
All right, okay. So it is classified to me for some reason, so use your best judgment. Normally I would say don't worry about it, but if you believe that it would raise eyebrows, then yes, given your rank and your position within intelligence, you might be able to bully your way out of a medical scan.
No.
All right.
That or just classified as soon as it's done.
Just something that I thought might be relevant as a potential problem.
Not really.
I will admit I was not aware of it until you just told me, since it is classified to us for some reason.
Yep.
Through temporal affairs?
And every variable counts in situations like this, doesn't it?
Wasn't
Yep.
there already a temporal investigation into the whole Kershaw thing? That might be why it's classified, because it's another temporal thing and you're just trying to not step on each other's toes. I don't know.
Right. We're trying not to cross and contaminate. That makes sense. Okay. I was beginning
I
to
didn't-
worry that someone in intelligence was being a little too heavy-handed. I'm glad the possibility that simply a coworker worries me a lot less.
You can ask the questions you want for that one, and if it is an intelligence thing, well, let me know and I'll see what I can do for it, because I don't particularly like that either.
The only thing that I'm concerned with is whether or not you give away your position in the past, or if it's something that will be... If it will interfere with... Put it this way, does it interfere with your ability to be transported?
No.
Okay, that's the important variable. If it messed with any of your transporter and disintegration variables, then it would complicate the temporal shift. So if it's simply some sort of other entity or alternate life form, then it will go along with you like everything else.
So far as I know, the other complications it causes are relative to people trying to treat injuries that I sustain, and that's because the crystal is trying to heal me itself. And when two people are trying to do the same thing, that gets a little confusing.
That's the long and short of it.
If you're pressed, tell them that you got a experimental surgery done on Drek 5. That will give them enough time. At that time, they were known as a facility that did various experimental implants, but at that particular time period, Mandrake 5 had been destroyed by a raid, so the records are lost.
Oh.
Except for, he gestures to intelligence.
And on that note, I do actually have experimental implants.
That
so,
will
hey.
be and that will be a nightmare for you.
Hmm.
Long enough for us to complete our mission.
It also works that I do have experimental implants as well.
Oh, well. It fits the narrative. Which is always
Yeah,
good.
I'm probably the last person you want to leave back in the past.
That seems
actually.
to be a running theme with you lot.
What's that?
Fitting the narrative.
History is but one narrative to the next. We simply have, the more we fit in, the less damage is done.
I have to say, now that I hear it all, I can say I respect it a bit more.
Oh,
It's a nice
oh,
little
those
bit
are-
of theater. And he gives a wink.
Those are all very human names. Wow. Oh, and
Oh yeah, because we gotta give a name for her that isn't
Oh, the downside for you, Grennan, is there's no name that happens to also start with a G, which is normally what intelligence would do. Give you a name that starts with the same letter, because then it's easier to remember.
Yep.
I'm guessing these are just what were available.
These are the ones that do not cross with any other agents or historical figures in that particular operational area.
Mm-hmm.
And also won't get a question of, oh, you're Brian? I heard of Brian that worked back at wherever. Raise his hand.
And isn't Brian also a really common name that we just dismiss?
But there's Brian with an I and Brian with a Y, and then there's a Brian with two N's. He waves his hand. It attracts
Oh.
attention in ways that you would not believe.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go with that.
Blackford? Okay. Commodore Blackford. Sure, why not? We'll just go with the... Then we'll give Cecile... I mean, which one would the Andorian pick there, Pend? That's you.
Probably Schroeder Terona.
I want to write that down.
Oh, I see it.
Cecile de Sria makes sense.
Saria?
We both
Yep.
figured the
We
same
both
one
went
there.
for the same one.
I was like, that makes sense for the sounds there. And Vata?
Oh man. My theater
Wix is
focus is gonna
rad.
get old. My theater
Wix
focus
is rad.
is gonna
That's
my theater
The
focus is
Lord
gonna get a
Engineer
workout.
rad.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, great. Slayton. That sounds generic.
Hey.
But I don't think
Whoopsie.
there's anything special we need to requisition, but I'm not particularly familiar with the era.
So we're telling them that we're bringing in backup components, but really we're bringing in an entire replacement payload,
No, we're
right?
telling them we're bringing in a replacement payload.
Yep.
You can't exactly hide an entire warhead.
Yeah, you would simply tell them that you are expecting to do a test 2. They blew up 1, so you can be suitably upset or compassionate as you feel is appropriate for the narrative, and present the backup and tell them to begin the test anew. Your higher rank will also ensure that the captain of the ship present will be not be able to question you too much further than your rank would allow.
Mm.
Since you do not fall under her chain and she is in your operational area. Though, as you know, I would not press the captain too hard. Starfleet captains back then did not fall in line nearly as much as the ones do now, as little as they do now, but they were worse back then.
I forget. Are the out of character? Are the Galileo type shuttles warp capable?
God, no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Is there a suggested course of action should this black box fail?
The temporal prime directive takes paramount. You are to destroy anything of the future and minimize your impact to the timeline until you can be rescued, if at all.
Understood.
Yay. I think that's all.
Very well.
Well, at least
I
if we
wish you
could
good
stop
luck
that.
and safe travels.
Yeah, see you soon.
One can hope. So eventually the two of you meet up with your makeshift temporal crew, dress up in your new
Volatiles.
uniforms, get fitted with your old-fashioned phasers and strapped tricorders. Your pads are taken, and you're handed, those of you who had pads generally have a big old clipboard, a digital PDA, if you will, with the appropriate ranks at your sleeves. And your symbol at where your comm badge is, because you don't have comm badges anymore, you have the flip communicators. It's a very strange a series of circles that swirl in on each other, which you're briefed that's an indication of where you work. That's the emblem of the Department of Special Weapons R&D.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
And away you go.
Yeah, let's do this.
New scene.
Got to get back to the past.
Where's the thing I'm looking for? I had it set up in advance. There it is. Meanwhile, back at DSE.
Oh.
Captain Penn meets with the Chief of Security of DSE, Lieutenant Sarissa, and its commanding officer, Commander Wright. As they are the only other officers that are available to you at the moment. Because Maxwell Planck's still out and about doing its patrol. Last you heard, it was heading toward the Yorpan system. So Maxwell Planck still has to do that before it can be recalled. The Kismet is currently docked with Starbase Aegis at this point. And the Achilles is in its station keeping with the Dusk Machine. They have not run into trouble as yet.
Why did you have to throw in that as yet?
Hey, I have to find out on Saturday as much as you do. They might mess with it. I don't know yet. I assume not, you know.
That would be a horrifyingly bad idea.
So, Captain, so far, Lieutenant Commander or Dr. Efrix is still working on the last of her medical reports. She's just finishing up the details on that. I've submitted my reports from the counseling side of things. She's just collating and seeing what is of squadron interest. The duels seem to be going well. That seems to be alleviating a lot of the pressure between the various. We knew it was going to help with the Klingons, but we didn't realize it was going to help so much with the Quaqua. They're taking to it like ducks to water. Some humans are getting in on it, some Andorians, the usual. So overall, it's a pretty fun time so far. I had to break up a couple of betting circles that were unregistered by our Cardassian friend, but after a few stern words, he registered like he's supposed to.
Well, I mean, as long as he passes on any profits that he made through those illegal bettings to Tiger Squadron and the station, I'm sure all can be forgiven.
I'm making sure he's adhering to regarding gambling on a Starfleet station. He's upset that he has to give a portion of it away, but it's that, or I just simply don't allow him to do it. So he saw my way of it by the end of it.
Well, rather make something than nothing. It usually works with those types.
Movements of House Subgita. So far, it looks like we are seeing some movement heading into the Pedro subsector, and it seems to be they seem to be looking through some of our databases regarding some of the free worlds that may have something to do with whatever they're planning out here. Otherwise, it seems like they are, according to what their officers have told me, you've agreed to them using DSE as a base, sir?
Yes, I've agreed to them using DSE as a base of operations until they set up their own.
Very good. Lieutenant Sarissa, be sure to create approvals under the charter for the Alliance.
Yes, Commander.
And also we can let go that SOG we captured the other day. They were not in fact hacking, they were trying to access what they were supposed to access. So sorry about that. That was on me.
Well, better safe than sorry.
And I will note that it seems the Midnight Captain had his leave of the station and left to his sister Solari to handle things. And I can tell you the most I can tell you as an agent is he hasn't told me officially what he's doing. For all I know, he simply wants to go hiking. But then again, he could be doing something more to it than that, but I'm not high enough rank to know. And as a free citizen, he's not required to tell me where he's going and why. All I know is he didn't take one of our ships. He seemed to head toward Klingon space of all places.
Well,
which is strange, given his history with the place, but
maybe. But as long as he doesn't start causing headaches for people, he's free to do whatever he likes.
Thought I should let you know.
Yeah. Well, dealing with the Midnight Watch is always fun, especially him and his sister.
I think I can get the. I can. She looks at her pet. I can get you the fleet captain now. Finally, We've been having a hard time getting to him. Apparently, he's been holding for some inspection. She shrugs. My codes aren't clearing it. It just says inspection. I imagine it has something to do with that Admiralty stuff that everyone's whispering about.
I mean, of course he goes for a meeting and somehow gets inspected.
She shrugs. I couldn't possibly comment, sir.
I mean, you
Security
could.
at the new station's pretty high as well, given the events that happened.
Hmm. Should we stay in the room, sir, or do you wish to speak with him privately?
No, you can stay in the room unless he dictates otherwise. As far as I'm concerned, if it regards this station, you two need to know about it.
Aye, sir. I'll put it on the screen over there then. She raises an eyebrow. If you're ready, sir.
Yeah, well, I thought he was just going to do it.
On Luna, we tend to ask permission before we start putting people on screen.
On Kate as well.
Oh, good. It's not just the Earth thing.
No, I just assumed he would do it and I'd just deal with it.
You see Fleet Captain Grennan on screen, but he seems to be out of uniform. He's in a gold, rather retro uniform, without the pips at his collar, but it's him on screen.
And you'd probably
I'll-
recognize the rank as Commodore.
No, that's
He wouldn't see your sleeve.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this isn't the pen you're looking for. Please try again later.
Same old pen.
I don't think you're that old, sir.
I don't like seeing those uniforms.
I mean,
Seem good enough.
he wouldn't put it past me that this is just what he does in his personal time.
She just goes quiet.
I can hear you,
I presume, sir, that you wanted to tell the fleet captain something?
Oh, about the Klingons? Sure. I met with the Hod Order Jo Subkitar and basically came to an understanding of if he goes his way and doesn't cause issues and we generally do the same, that we could call ourselves allies and call on each other in the future. I technically have to run it past you, but generally me and the Hod Order have agreed on it.
And, well, I'm going to have to clear it by my superiors, but I think that can be workable.
To clarify, sir, the treaty details seem to indicate it is merely a treaty between the Tiger Squadron and the House of Gitta. It is not a binding treaty between the Federation or Starfleet. It is a
yes.
localized treaty.
Well, I'll still have to notify my superiors one way or the other.
Wait, you think I could negotiate an actual treaty between Starfleet and the Klingons in one meeting? I'm not that good.
You do have a reputation.
What type of reputation?
It's a good kind of reputation, sir.
Lies. Slander.
Yeah. I only say it because, well, given the growing size of House Gitta, depending on how the next few months go, the two could end up being one and the same.
Well, maybe, but it's always a good idea to be on decent footing with people in the area rather than, causing mini wars with super weapons of which other people have to clear up.
Ain't that the truth? Now, how are other matters at DSE?
Station stable, fairly calm beyond normal operating standards anyway. Maxwell Planck is approaching the the Yorpan system to perform their survey of that planet. Apparently, there's some sort of anomalous signal they're getting from the system, so they suspect it might be there a little longer than usual. Nothing dangerous. They don't see any weapons or anything major, just odd planetary signals. I'm not too worried about it personally.
Question:
Understood.
Did temporal affairs show up here as well?
Hmm?
Did we have temporal affairs show up at Arcania because of the whole Gungar thing?
No.
Okay.
I will note that, in fact, the temporal temporal, whatever they're called, DTI, I believe they are. The Time Police have been bothering the Gungnir. Apparently, there's some events that occurred. There was a series of events that occurred here on station that involved the modification of the station. We have left that to the Gungnir to be bothered with for the time being, although I get the feeling that myself and Sarissa are going to be in the future. Although I'm surprised they haven't gotten to us yet. They are very...
Well, to be completely frank with you, Commander, the reason that they're probably not bothering you right now is because they're currently in the middle of bothering me. Hence, this.
What have you done now?
That's exactly why I don't like seeing that uniform.
I'm not currently at liberty to discuss our mission, timeline and all that, but I'll be more than happy to fill you in on all the details once the mission is concluded.
No, you won't, because it'll be classified.
Then please don't tell me.
One momentum is generated. But sir, if you're worried about the temporal prime directive, it applies to you telling us stuff of the future to the past. So the temporal prime directive isn't at risk at the moment?
Oh, don't tempt him.
What? I don't like being kept in the dark, sir.
It's quite likely that I am going. Currently, I have plans to take a device back to an era where this uniform is in vogue and drop it off.
You're being sent back in time to deliver a package.
Don't they?
That is the
have-
most uneventful temporal mission I've ever...
Don't they have people for that?
Normally, yes. But, well, let's just
Oh, you're-
say... Hmm?
No, go ahead, sir. Don't mind me.
Let's just say I was involved in the package not getting delivered in the first place.
Of
Right
course
points
you
at
were.
the screen. Right points at the screen like, yep, that's exactly.
No, that's right, Commander. You were not on the Tenshi when everything bad with time travel started happening to us.
No, I escaped that particular quagmire.
That's why I'm legally over 10,000 years old now.
You look good for your age.
Thank you.
Is there anything do you need from Tiger Squadron, sir?
We're gonna be pretty far out of your way. Any assistance that we might even remotely require is more than likely going to be rendered by the Kismet before DSE would be able to assist.
Well, more than likely any assistance we could render would probably be a little late with that uniform.
Yeah.
I was thinking
I've
more
learned in the
information. Oh, go ahead,
As I've
sir.
learned in the past 12 hours, it's all relative. Apparently.
I was going to say, sir, that if there's any information you wish us to pull from the computers or anything of that nature. I know we can't give you material assets, but we employ various officers of skill levels aboard, as well as the guests aboard the station.
Mm.
But not knowing the exact specs of your mission, I figured I'd leave the requests open to your interpretation
Mm.
and discretion, sir.
Well, I do have one thing penned. I'm gonna want you to look into something for me, and trust me when I say this is relevant to the mission.
Right, just smiles, suppressing a
Mm.
laugh.
We're going to likely be interacting with members of your maternal line.
Just looks over to right. I just can't seem to catch a fucking break.
One's kith bothers one forever. Where you get from?
I would prefer mine were still bothering me at the moment.
How far back?
Right, takes a drink of her coffee, like, whoops, stepped on a landmine there.
Grennan tugs at the collar of the uniform.
So,
Didn't they?
not Azalon, what? Father? Grandfather?
I think we determined father. Is that
I thought,
Yeah, because it was Asala's grandfather.
yeah?
Insight plus command, difficulty of 1. Or you can spend 1 momentum to remember.
Is that me?
Yep.
Oh, I will absolutely do that, and I will spend a momentum.
if you whiff this,
If you wish this, go home.
we're shooting you. The wall is over there.
No focus, 3 dice.
There you go.
Hex here. Doctor.
Oh. What
Not medical, from my understanding.
Oh, that's
No.
that weapons developer, isn't it?
Yeah, that's quantum torpedoes. What have you done with the quantum torpedoes?
I mean, we'd still know quantum torpedoes are a thing, so nothing too horrible, right?
Unless we were supposed to get them sooner.
Now,
Or we got them
look,
too soon? I don't know.
before any of you get the wrong idea, you said that there was you said that there was temporal interference on Deep Space Arcania.
Aye, sir.
Yes.
Hmm.
It
And I'm
was,
gonna need you to start looking into things on your end. I think whoever's messing with things on Deep Space Arcania is also messing with things over here. Me getting thrust into the middle of this weapons testing program, the coincidences upon coincidences, temporal affairs doesn't think it's coincidences. They think that someone wanted me to stumble into this mess.
Well, supposedly the Gungnir's been under several temporal attacks. They've been the focus of some temporal agent. Maybe they're spilling over to us as well.
Right. I'd suggest reaching out to them.
Sirs, I might point out that if we might want to be careful if we delve too much into the bailiwick of the Department of Temporal Investigations. They may be annoyed at us stepping into their jurisdiction.
yes. The Ganymede is dealing with. I did tell you guys they had unreported temporal prisoners on board. All of that sort of stuff. It's
Wait, did
interesting.
Ganymede have prisoners on it?
Yes.
You mean
No, the
Gungnir?
Gungnir. Sorry, Gungnir.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
But there's too many G ships passing through,
Mhm.
and they've got weird names.
That all start with a G.
We're gonna be called G Squadron at this rate.
Either way,
No.
Gunyo
Um,
had those, and they were keeping them off records.
What
I think at this point, right, it's a little too late to say that this hasn't become our fight too. Sounds like someone's trying to temporarily target the squadron.
I just wanted on record. I brought up that particular point, and you are acting as befitting your rank, sir.
Well, before you say any more to get us any further down a rabbit hole we don't want to, I'll start
No,
looking into the stuff here.
I'm I'm not saying to go digging up trouble where there is none, but I think it's in all of our interests to at least be aware that there might be someone out there trying to mess with us.
Yay.
And that's better than not knowing.
Yay.
Very good, sir.
Oh, before you go, you'll probably need this piece of advice. If you end up coming across Thex and actually have to talk to him, he's going to push. You're probably best pushing back.
The Shishir Kith are not known for being a timid family.
No,
No,
Thex
that
was
was the
not
age.
the kindest person you could ever
Well,
meet.
Well, I think I can get into that sort of a character. Was the age after all.
He might have been a scientist, but he wasn't a pushover. If you push
Hmm.
too hard, he'll probably kill you.
I mean, he's an Andorian, so of
Well-
that era.
Oh no, they were very aggressive back then. The pride of the Imperial Guard was still very much a thing for parades. Actually, if I recall correctly, there was a detachment out here somewhere.
Indeed. Anyhow, we should get going.
Hmm.
We have preparations to make.
Very good, sir.
Hopefully next time you see me, I'll be back in the red.
I don't think that's how that saying goes, there, sir.
No, that makes it sound like you're going to be in trouble.
When isn't he in trouble?
No comment. Yeah. That was actually a cat jumping on my lap. That surprised me.
Nope, it's
We're
in
just
character
spooked by
now.
our own tail.
Running out.
The fact I made the noise as her in her voice.
Good luck,
Oh.
sir.
Good luck.
I imagine the connection cuts.
Yeah.
May I speak freely, sir?
You can speak as freely as you wish, because I don't think any of us are going to enjoy today.
How the hell did he get put up for Admiralty?
When I figure that out, I'll let you know.
I...
Remember, the Quackwa issue is his fault, remember?
You know how cats can just flatten their ears?
Yeah?
Yeah. Like the I'm not listening. That's what's happening.
Well, I'm just wondering if some strings were pulled, that's all.
I mean, it's possible.
All right. That mild temper tantrum out of the way. Your orders, sir?
My orders are apparently to look into temporal shenanigans happening aboard the station and to root them out.
Temporal shenanigans is 30 seconds of missing footage.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
time to make the
there was
most
a
of it,
code.
Lieutenant.
There was a code in the computer that just already existed to delete the thing. We know what's happened, we just don't know how.
we'll have to find a alternative way to look for what we're looking for.
Oh,
And I think there's a certain Cardassian we're going to need to talk to.
I've been avoiding that.
Oh, wait. I don't have to do that anymore. You can talk to him.
Yes.
The joys of command. You can delegate shit.
Don't worry,
Last time I-
Sarissa. If you need extra, just call up to ops and pressure where needed. But being in the command red, I draw eyes more than I used to in teal.
Well, last time we met, you were the lieutenant still, right?
Indeed, I was. Tiger Squadron is a place for advancement. Incredibly perilous, but what assignment in the 10th isn't these days?
I mean, we lost the Turkish call though.
Yeah.
And knows everything that happened with the Tenshi. I don't know if it's any more perilous.
Any other orders, sir?
No, but I assume something's going to go wrong today, so just be on the lookout for that.
Aye, sir. I'm gonna have a meeting later today with Dr. And once we have our medical meeting, we'll see what we need to bother you with. But at some point, we'll get that collated. There's just well over 1,000 patients we have to vet. We're down to the last little bit, and Efric's just touching up the bits that I can't touch since I don't have a doctorate. So there's things I can't help her with, unfortunately.
Very well. Oh, if you get a moment, could you ask Miss Solari to come visit me? I'm probably going to head down to the station's computer core and, mess around, see what I can do.
I could probably call her up here to the conference room if you want, sir. She's been leaving herself available to talk with her.
Sure, she'll probably appreciate getting out of the office as well. Lucky for some.
Get you what you need. We did, and we found what was missing, so that is at least. I mean, not we found the missing footage. We found where the footage was, and essentially the Younger did some investigation with Wright, so hand that over to Pend.
Yay! I get to clear up other people's problems again.
Don't worry, it started with Sarissa escorting a really, really drunk chief petty officer around.
Any comments on the Gungnir's accounting of itself, sir, before we adjourn the meeting?
Their chief petty officer security is very interesting. Not what you would call someone who goes by the books.
Interesting good, interesting competent, interesting wow.
Competent through luck is, I think, how I would describe it from what I saw.
Well, still competent then.
Yes, but luck only ever gets so far. Looking for evidence, tearing apart the box for evidence, generally not advisable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. That sounds like a Gungnir problem until it eventually comes back to us. So,
Captain handles himself well, though. So, if that is my place to comment on.
No, he's a solid captain. He does struggle sometimes with his speech making, shall we say? But he's definitely calm enough under command.
Rest of the crew seem very reliable. They were doing what they needed to do, and it was technically off-duty hours for them to be doing it. So, you know.
Oh, on the plus side, speaking of, apparently they have a diplomatic attaché put to them, probably to help their captain with the treaty making for their colony projects. We've been updated. I'm going to be reading through and debriefing you on what they told me once I translate the Reams of reports. He is fun. Cardassian level of minute detail, including what people's favorite drink is and how they lean, and so on and so on. It has been a tiring read.
Oh, at least they seem to be thorough.
Feel like I'm reading intelligence reports.
Glad I don't have to do that.
Oh no, we can assign that to you if you wish.
No.
Is that all, sir?
For now, yes. If like I said, if you can contact Miss Solari, apart from that, just be on the lookout for the next shitstorm that kicks up.
Aye, sir.
Did you want me to talk to Mr. Prell about how to infiltrate Starfleet computer systems to alter them?
If he didn't do it, he may know something about it.
Yeah,
Or the people who may have helped.
so that may offer some insight while I'm messing around with a computer core.
Got it. Okay. He might have got something drunk and heard something, hopefully. And that's
Something
a polite way
like
to
that.
put it.
Good day, Captain.
Captain.
Yeah, good day. For now.
Right. You stop that.
No.
I keep needing to mute my microphone because the cat's trying to lick it.
Also, no.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
No, let the cat lick it. The cat,
I mean, it
give
doesn't
what the cat
hurt
wants.
anything. The cat is licking it. I just need to mute it so you don't hear her licking it.
Oh, fair enough. New scene. Oh, what? Why is the default noise the red alert?
Well,
Mm,
that's
You
not
left them last time.
that's not foreboding there.
Uh-huh.
Let's try that again. Hold on. There. I had it on the playlist ambience, not oh bloody freaking no. Hello, did you start?
Hello, Tenchi.
Commander Myth.
Mm-hmm.
The Maxwell Planck has entered the Yorpan system, and you are alerted that your ship is entering the outer edge of the system. Is there anything you wish to do in your ready room before you report to the bridge?
I don't think so. No, I think I'm just gonna head out to the bridge.
Give me fitness plus medicine difficulty of 2.
What? Okay.
As you suddenly get awashed with visions.
Okay. I guess. Fitness medicine. Cool. I'll give momentum for a 3rd die.
Okay.
See how this goes, you know? See how this goes. Terribly is how it goes. Well.
Imagine it stands.
Yeah, I think it stands.
Ooh, you take 3 stress.
Ow. My head.
As you feel, you find yourself suddenly hit with a almost what some people might call a sense of vertigo, and then you see a random flash of images blast through your mind, and then you shake it off as your brain goes, "Nope, that's anomalous." Resetting, rewiring, rerouting, and you snap out of it. But it was so rapid; it was just nonsense. It was gibberish.
All right. I'll come back to that once I'm off duty, I guess. And yeah, I'll pause for a moment, and then head out to the bridge.
Door's over here. You're walking up to the replicator.
Right, I am.
No, she's playing Skyrim and she's just walking into that one wall until it catches up.
I'm planning to no clip through so I don't have to spend the time walking to my chair. I just spawn directly on it.
Captain on the bridge, calls Dorsha.
I'll nod in acknowledgement around. Bridge. Report.
We just entered the system, Captain. No ship signatures present. Appears to be a standard main star. There seems to be a Class 2 asteroid field, as well as at least 4 planetoids, or 4 main planets, I should say.
Very well. Helm begin to bring us in towards the nearest of the planetoids, and we'll begin our surveying scans.
Aye, sir. The Maxwell Planck begins to move into position. This is a con difficulty of 3, complication of 3, due to the density and erraticism of the asteroid field, as it seems that the nearest planetoid is Yorpan 4, which seems to be nestled within a field. You can actually see, as you're approaching it, various asteroids passing into it and vanishing into the gas giant's clouds, and then some reappearing out the other side.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's pull up my con officer.
And it looks like the asteroids are moving with quite a bit of alacrity, like a surprising amount of speed.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why it's harder, because it's actually class 2. The higher class indicates the level of hazard.
Yeah.
Whereas most asteroid fields, like Earth, like Souls, is like class 1. It's like, just don't run into anything. They're all stationary.
Yep.
It's hard to hit one if you know what you're doing. You're assisted by engines, Con, of course.
All right. Will astronavigation work for focus here?
Not in this case, unless they are plotting a course first. Because they could plot a course to try to reduce the difficulty, and that is a reason con difficulty of 3, assisted by computers con.
Yep. I think I'll try and plot a course first. That seems in keeping with my crew.
No extra comp, of course, because this is you just charting.
Mm-hmm.
You're charting a hazard. This is what
All right.
This is what astronavigators do.
And we do not have any momentum. Threat for a 3rd die.
Very good.
And I don't hope the ship does well. Crew task. Nope. Starship task roll. Computers. One short. However, I would like to use the Maxwell Planck's trait of adaptive here.
Sure, I'll take it.
All right.
So you're able to chart the hazard to a degree as you sit there and let your astronavigator observe on the passive nav sensor screen. You can bring down the difficulty or the complication down of the navigation roll, or the flight roll, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Bring down the diff by 1. All right. And still don't have momentum, so give you another threat for a 3rd die here.
Okay.
Oof. man does not have any values yet, so unless you'll take mission directive, I think that stands.
I will take mission directive.
All right. Are you rolling to? I want to note, both those comps were 20s. Hit, but with a comp.
Don't forget engines con.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Engines. Nope. The comp stands, Jim.
You move into the asteroid field and find that your navigator inadvertently has made getting back out a little harder because they didn't time it very well. So there's a bit more there's a lot more density for the next few hours. So you either have to wait it out, or when you go back out, the advantage basically the plot hazard advantage has been taken away. In essence. But yeah, you're able to get in there and not get pummeled as you move toward Yorpan 4.
All right. Sensors begin cataloging scan.
Reason plus science, difficulty 3 by sensors plus science.
Mm-hmm. And yep, I don't have a dedicated science officer because, you know, I can do lots of things. Haven't needed to build a science officer NPC, so I'll do that.
Yeah, I just like the idea that Myth's captain's chair is just a science console.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm thinking I might do something like that at some point, but I also might make a science officer, so we'll see. Let's see, focus. Do I have one? Would this count under either Starfleet Protocols of Exploration or Research?
It creates complication, but yeah.
All right, I'll take it. And yeah, I'm just gonna roll this straight. Oops, rolled as the wrong person, but you know. Hit it on the head. Plus the ship. Sensor science. Oh, sensor science will juice it, so we actually have generated 1 so far. Blank. There we go. 2 momentum. What's anomalous about this Class J?
I'll take an expenditure for that information.
Yep, I'll spend for it. Interesting.
Captain?
We're reading a power signature somewhere within the gas giant.
An energy signature?
Fairly
Well,
deep
anything-
down, too.
Anything that deep would be crushed by the pressure. Even more advanced civilizations can't build that deep. Well, most anyway.
We've either found
Or-
some relic of someone who has, or perhaps it is not an element of technology, but rather of some other factor.
not seeing anything from the smaller moons. It's localized within the planet itself. There's no addition, no boosters.
Agreed.
Hmm.
I believe I will consult with engineering and see if we can manufacture a probe with the required durability to get a closer scan.
If this was a ship, I'd almost say it's somewhere in the, I'd say scale 10, scale 11 worth of power. If we're going by Federation standard, fairly powerful, whatever it is.
Agreed. Either that or it's throwing off a lot more power than something of its size would normally.
Hmm. You said you were going to take this down to engineering, Captain?
Yes, as long as we are here, we may as well try to determine what is down there. After all, that's part of the point of exploring.
All right. Well, looks like we're able to sit here in orbit. As long as we stay fairly close, it's getting all the asteroids being drawn into the gas giant. So, very interesting that it's situated itself within the. Think it would the orbital path of this planet would disrupt the surrounding asteroids. It's almost like it's part of the path.
Indeed, and if the gas giant has been here for a prolonged period of time, one would expect the asteroid field to have been absorbed by the planetoid and its moons. A good observation, Commander.
Very
Why don't
strange.
we have Astronav begin a calculation of the orbital paths of this particular system in this range band while we determine if there's a way to investigate the power signature more closely.
Very good, Captain.
I'll be in engineering if I'm needed.
And he nods and taps at a screen, peering at it, lost in the puzzle.
I'm going down to consult with my engineer. If anyone would like to play them, feel free.
Don't worry, they're in a tank. They're easily found.
They're in a suit.
Well,
Same difference.
Yeah. The tank is their room, you know? You gotta be able to swim around freely sometimes, but yeah, these air breather ships.
so Myth descends down into engineering to meet up with Lieutenant Alifet Emisnor.
Mm-hmm.
I can do it if no one else is going to.
Go for it.
I'm just currently reading up a little on the character.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll write down engineering and Lieutenant. We have a possible challenge on our hands. There's a power signature, and it'll be like bringing up stuff on one of the less used engineering screens. Down in the gas giant, that is too deep for us to pick up much details from orbit. However, with your expertise, I believe we might be able to devise a probe of some sort that could get us better telemetry on the object.
Fitness plus medicine roll, difficulty 2, Myth.
All right. I'll spend for a third die. I'll spend a momentum here. right, hit it.
You find clarity in the vision. You take no stress.
Well, that's surprising.
Well, Captain, it's probably viable to reinforce a probe with a mini shield generator and to extend the sensor range of it. That way, if we launch a couple of them, we could get a more detailed scan.
Very well, Lieutenant. Begin the modifications that are necessary to our probe systems.
Understood, Captain. Is everything okay?
Kind of hesitates for a moment. Not entirely, but it'll take me some time to fully understand in what manner. Don't wish to rush to any conclusions.
Understood. I'll get the crew working on the modifications and inform you when they're done.
Excellent. And Myth, who would normally, stay around and help, exits engineering.
The good engineer has a task ahead of them.
See, the problem is, I don't know what a Zindi Aquatic sounds like, so I'm trying to make it sound like, say, a Hannah from Mass Effect.
Yeah, I was like, this sounds like a hand art, but it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Obviously not going, dejected. I can do that for you, Captain.
That's the Alcor. That's the Alcor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, with malicious intent. It's great.
Yeah. The one I loved was duplicitously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely won't be saying the emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
control plus engineering, difficulty 2, assisted by the structure engineering of the Maxwell Planck.
Would you allow the focus of either environmental systems, experimental devices, or matter and energy conversion matrices?
Matrices.
Matrices.
But experimental devices I'll take.
Okay.
You might also be able to leverage Zindi Aquatic as a trait because they're used to doing things under higher, physical pressures.
Is that something you would be willing to accept?
I'll take it, sure.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Bring the diff down by 1, as this particular engineer is well versed in high pressure atmos.
Overwhelming joy. Yay. Sorry, bold engineering. So I'll spend 1 threat.
Okay.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
I shouldn't have said anything. I'll re-roll just for fishing.
Yeah. Yeah, fish.
And Maxwell Planck Structure Engineering.
Got that.
Ah, we're getting 4.
Yeah.
Alphabet 2, Captain Myth.
This is Myth. Go ahead.
I'm communicating to inform you that the probes are ready for use.
Very well. I will coordinate from the bridge for sensor interface.
Understood. We're ready whenever you are. And I'll cut the comms.
Mm-hmm. All right.
We're loaded and ready to launch the probe, Captain.
Very good. Begin deployment as per the specifications for the modified probes.
Fitness plus medicine roll, difficulty 2, as the probe launches and dives into the gas giant. You get reports that the shields are firing on, getting telemetry, and it's getting deeper and deeper. Some people start giving orders. Georgia says a thing or two about adjust this frequency to adjust for that. Like you're getting like you notice you're losing time. Like you're actually your audiovisual sensors are realizing that you are basically spacing out when this happens.
Oh, that's not great. Got it.
It wasn't obvious before because you were by yourself the first time, and you were, well, an aquatic who is perfectly patient and very slowly explain things. Like things slow down. Like that's not weird at all. That's how my interactions with the engineer normally go.
Uh-huh. I'll spend 3 momentum here because this is one of my worst rolls. It's my second worst roll.
That just made me laugh so much in Discord. He said, "Get into the tube."
um,
Well, you hit it.
yeah, hit it, and I'll use the 1 generated and 1 from the pool to quash the comp, I guess? Yeah.
Okay. Probe situated. Very close to the energy signature. Do you want to do the scan, Captain?
Yes, I'll handle the scan.
It's an opposed roll.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting messaged.
Yep.
For momentum, I'll answer that question.
I'll
Unless there's some way to
give you
get
a
that
threat
brief.
instead.
Give me a threat, okay.
That's what I thought it might be. Okay.
Captain, you alright?
Yes, I believe so.
Keep an eye on those power fluctuations. I don't want that shield dropping out of nowhere. Last thing we need is they work really hard down there. I don't want them to have to build another one.
You did what to my probe?
We haven't broken it yet. It's still in one piece. For now.
Mhm.
Probe systems are operating normally. I'm going to spend one momentum on this roll, GM.
Okay, I'll spend one threat.
And I mean, luckily with sensor science, you're basically acting as a free hit anyway.
Mm-hmm. Then sensor science.
Okay. Would you roll reason science for me again,
Yes.
please?
Hold on. I have to just check one thing real quick.
Oh, sorry, reason science. My bad.
Yeah. Where?
Badassfully. God damn it, Blasto.
Badassfully, god damn it,
Yep.
blast.
Have that.
With great annoyance, you're a loose cannon.
We shouldn't have done this. What have we done?
I believe you lose.
I do.
By 2, I believe.
By 2.
2 threat generated. Unless you have a reroll in your future.
I do not here.
Okay. Yeah, you find that your sensor are just getting... There's interference that's just garbling the signal.
Even with the reinforcements, I'm not getting a clear signal from the probes.
How's that possible? We're sitting on top of the thing. That's something that big. We have to be able to see it.
Unless it's trying not to be seen, perhaps.
I get one less threat because someone assisted you because he tried to help you and your XO was unable to make up the difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's remarkable. It's almost like something's actively interfering with the signal. Which...
Yes.
Would you like me to make another probe with some sensor scramblers so we can rotate frequencies?
I think I'd like to get a closer look at this myself, Lieutenant. Do you think you could apply these same protective measures to one of our shuttles?
Captain, you're not thinking of going in there, are you?
I'm thinking about it, Commander, yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yes, I do believe it's possible.
Very well. begin drawing up the necessary modifications, but don't begin the work quite yet, Lieutenant. Commander, if we could speak in my ready room.
So I had the question. Couldn't you modify the structural integrity health?
For the plank, you
Potentially.
mean?
For atmospheric flight?
It's a gas giant.
I
But
mean,
yes,
if you
potentially.
ask him to do that, I'm sure he'll figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
That was not the order given.
Indeed.
Also, Varder pointed out that you also put the ship at risk. If you goof it, you're only killing one ship. That's one shuttle. As opposed to the entire ship.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, Georgia comes into your ready room with you.
Mhm.
He looks annoyed. He doesn't look annoyed. He's never given you the annoyed face. He's always done that for other people, usually the rest of Tiger Squad.
Me.
Commander, I'm aware it would be highly irregular for the captain of a starship to head out on a mission like this. I presume that is your primary concern here?
That's one of my many concerns, yes, Captain.
Feel free to speak freely here.
You're acting somewhat irregularly. You seemed, for lack of a better word, distracted. Which, as an android, you don't get distracted. Or if you do, it's imperceptible to me. But this was perceivable to me since I was sitting right next to you. Everyone else was busy with their job. But,
Yes.
frankly, I think there may be a malfunction, and you may need to be looked over by the engineer.
While it is possible, I suspect I know what caused this distraction, and it was something entirely more organic than I'm used to.
May I ask what that is, Captain?
I saw a personally distressing vision. This is something that has occurred to my brother in the past, and when that happened, it was a form of embedded communication.
Captain, you do know what that sounds like to an executive officer.
I do, Commander. That is why we're having this conversation here and not on the bridge, so that maybe it's just that, a full conversation.
You're gonna have to do a presence command roll. Georgia is this close to having you relieved.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's spooked now.
Yep.
You're acting very strange. You're talking about visions and secret messages. Like, oh, this sounds bad.
Just give him the judo chop.
Difficulty of. Let me check his sheet here real quick.
Would it be opposed?
No, it's just a base.
All right.
Because he isn't trying to get you in trouble. He's not hostile, but he has a baseline of, I might have to report this, and I know what the regulations are on this.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't good.
And this is why she's having, a discussion with her XO.
And
because
let's make this difficulty
procedure.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Presence plus command.
Yeah.
Also, it doesn't help he whiffed on that roll of getting you a read.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and complication. Well, he biffed it. Sorry, Georgia. That's not what's going on, but you think it is.
Yeah. Question here: Starfleet protocols. I'm engaging with a potential situation of the captain losing her sanity in the appropriate, ways.
Yeah. You're consulting with your first officer as you're supposed to when something weird's happening to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing the I feel weird, but I'm going to brush it off and ignore it for as long as possible until it becomes a problem.
Exactly.
You're not
exactly.
doing that.
Well, I
Exo's
mean,
the
she
CS
tried.
did that.
But it's like, oh, this has happened 3 times. Time to talk to my XO. All right. I do not have. Yeah, so I'm going to spend threat for 4 dice, 3 threat here.
Okay.
And roll 4. All right. Generate 1 momentum.
All right, Captain. I'll soothe anyone who's getting a little jumpy.
It's just
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate it. I recognize the situation is quite unnerving. Believe me, it is such for myself as well.
If I were
But-
to say, not to insult you, but you're acting rather human, says
And
the Rysian to you.
yeah, kind of, pauses for a moment. And... Yes, I'm beginning to understand some of the organic proclivities that I have had so much trouble understanding, and that is both a blessing and a curse.
If we lose you in that gas giant, what am I supposed to tell Pend? He's gonna rip me a new one if I happen to lose the best scientist in the fleet.
oops.
I'll write up a full report of my current experiences and let those stand with you if that becomes the case. But I intend to be very cautious in this approach. If this is indeed a form of communication, I wish to make contact with whatever entity it may be. I have my suspicions on the matter, and kind of pauses.
But not the sort of thing you want on the record.
Precisely. I'm going to encrypt my log before I depart and give you the key for it.
I would advise then, Captain, that without my protests, you note that you are breaching the regulation regarding officers going on command officers going on away missions solo. That way, at least, it is a captain's prerogative, and I don't have to protest it. You are invoking the captain's privilege, as it were. So that should lessen the blow if
Of
it gets
course.
to a court-martial.
It is my sincere hope that we are being overly cautious here. But, she kind of pauses. It never hurts.
Well, with my experience when it comes to senior officers being put up for admiralty, everyone under their command gets scrutinized with a fine comb. That's how I ended up in Tiger Squadron, since I didn't match up with the narrative, I think was the phrasing. Not entirely sure what they meant by that, and I got rather vocal about it. So apparently being vocal is frowned upon in certain fleets.
Yeah.
And with kind of, grimaces ever so slightly in like a bit of solidarity.
I wonder what happened.
I understand, Commander.
To work then, Captain?
Yes,
I'll see you on the bridge, Cap.
I'll be composing that report.
And he steps up to the bridge to begin enacting your orders, preparing the maneuver.
And I'll be putting a, very well put together report of what I am doing, the regulations that I am citing, the regulations that I may be breaking, and why I'm choosing to break those regulations.
Yeah. Yeah, putting it on record. No, I fess up. You can yell at me later. Captain's prerogative. I'm the one who's here.
Yep,
So I assume you're going to follow the advice
I
message? Okay. End of scene.
Wonderful.
Just marvelous. Oops, why is he? Somewhere in the reaches of time. Oh no. Let's try that again.
You just posted that off the side of the screen.
You're all
Time has
dead.
reached us.
There. Nope, come over here. You are aboard the Galileo class shuttle Marigold.
Wonderful. We also have a temporal agent with us, I believe.
How did we actually get here? Like, are we supposed to be dropped off by a larger ship or what?
Yeah, you were dropped off by classified ship, and then you shuttled off. So the ship you were dropped off by would be minimized.
Mm-hmm.
I was meaning as far as cover story goes as well. I'm guessing we can just say classified ship.
Yep.
Alright.
You're aboard a cruiser, which one could presume it's probably one. There's a.
Mm-hmm.
It could be any of them. It's probably not the Enterprise. It's probably one of the other ones. Because the
Yeah.
Enterprise is not known for doing secret missions. Generally.
Yeah.
At least not that people know about.
Azure's been destroyed by this point, right?
Yeah, it's been destroyed by this point.
Damn.
We don't even need to give them a name.
No, that's why it's classified. You can just
Yeah.
they can presume it's a Constitution because that's probably what got you out here. But
Mhm.
there's like 20 some of them, so it's like good luck figuring out which one was out here. If you're not supposed to know, then you aren't told.
Yep.
So yeah, the Galileo class starts entering the system. You have to putt your way into the system because you don't have a warp drive in this thing. It can do impulse at best.
Is this actually here?
Yep. The Vinland is. Actually, no, it's not the Vinland anymore. There is a different ship there now.
In other words, it's the target.
Yeah.
Yep.
Temporal jump successful, and we are stabilized. If they scan the shuttle or yourselves, they won't time. Says Agent Ware.
Not Agent Wen?
That is a really unfortunate name.
Who said that was my name?
Yeah.
Uh,
It's a really unfortunate code name then. Smartass.
that hurt.
Oh, I'm the smartass. Maybe someone doesn't want to go back to the future.
No, Back to the Future already happened.
No,
It's
we
fine.
need a DeLorean for that.
Alright. Somehow I expected that the time jump would be more eventful? I don't know.
Well, you know what? After the last time I time jumped, I'll take uneventful.
I think the last time I was back in time, I was dead. Technically. It was weird.
Well, I hope the rest of this excursion will be as uneventful as our arrival. Somehow I suspect it will not be, though.
Oh, only one way to find out. Vincent Theroni set us on course for Epilip 4? Yeah. They want to know who we are, they can probably contact us. Although they should be expecting. No.
Can you probably roll a control con, try to build up a bit of momentum here as you begin your approach.
pen isn't actually here right now, so
I'll pull up the answer.
for sure. Yeah.
There you go.
The shuttle helped. Lovely.
The shuttle helped. Cool. Let's see. Con. She is. Troll con. And yeah, she has focus. Oh, not at Comp 5, please.
I imagine as far as things being proper go, the Commodore is not in one of the shuttle seats. Which Commodore
Well,
flies his own
I
shuttle?
mean, it was a diff 0, so
We still got assistant, yeah.
yeah.
Actually, in Galileo class, it was like there's 2 seats for flying, and then there's like 6 seats behind them, and then there's the
Yeah.
cargo
Mhm.
area.
So yeah, the Commodore's definitely not flying his own ship, though. Is what I
One
mean.
presumes, yeah.
Probably not. I imagine it'll probably be science and con in front.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Commander Rad is back there with the device. That makes sense.
You've got to be
Mhm.
maintaining it, yeah.
On screen.
We are being hailed. Understood, sir. On screen.
This is Ipilip control calling unidentified shuttle. Please state name and purpose.
This is Commodore Sterling Blackford. We are arriving with the backup payload.
Command code, please.
Understood. And Grennan will start inputting a command code.
As you start entering it in, Ware kind of taps at your belt. The card. They use key cards. They use key cards here, Commodore.
And he starts scrambling around for a key card.
And you start shuffling through the deck of cards that is your command codes for various things like your food, the weapons locker. Oh, there it is, the red one. Wait, no, the gold one. The gold one's command one. You put that into the cassette reader. It beeps and boops and flashes lights at you. Command codes confirmed. Shuttle Marigold, you may approach.
Understood. Commodore Blackford out.
As a little light indicating they were talking turns off. Don't forget to take that back out. You're gonna need that. Says Ware.
And he just sort of twirls the card in his hand. I got it.
Of course, he twirls it. Why am I not surprised? Very in character.
Keep us going, Throny.
Another control con plus engines. Your approach.
Right.
I don't think it helped. Galileos are garbage.
No, 10 definitely doesn't help there. Just pull up the sheet again because I, for some reason, was like, oh yeah, I'm done here. I'll close this sheet.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
It so didn't help.
All right.
Nice.
I'm actually wrong now that I double checked it. I forgot how terrible these shuttles are.
Did the 7 not help either?
This,
Okay, so we have 2.
you
momentum.
have to, okay.
Yeah.
I forgot how terrible these things were.
Oh yeah, they're
They are
box in space.
garbage.
So before they learned how to put a warp drive on a shuttlecraft, and it was just like, do we really need these things? I mean, yeah, for emergencies and such.
Well, the warp engine, they put a big ring around it and attached, or like a module they'd attach to the back, and then when you were done warping, they dropped off the module because it spent all its power. Like, it was expensive. It's like, just take a ship, forget it.
Yeah.
Use those for evacs, basically.
Or you needed a shuttle somewhere really quick.
Yeah, like by the 24th century, like shuttles are a practical thing. Like they're slower, but they're practical. Now they're like more limited.
As you approach closer to Ipolip 4, you can see the Norwest is docked with the starport overhead and is undergoing repairs, as it seems to have seen heavy battle damage.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I remember that. Seeing it up close this time, though. Yep. Bring him up.
You actually get a screen instead of just a voice.
On screen.
This is Captain Verona Wakeman of the Norway.
Ah,
That a Commodore's your shuttle?
Captain Wakeman. This is Commodore. This is Commodore Blackford. We have a backup payload to provide to enable testing here to continue.
I wasn't informed there was a Commodore overlooking this project.
Well,
Sir? Sir,
well, the activities of the various Commodores in the fleet are somewhat on a need-to-know basis. Command doesn't necessarily want it being regular knowledge that this Commodore or that Commodore is attached to a specific weapons project.
but wouldn't it be prudent, sir, to have informed the captain of the ship that is overseeing the test?
Sir?
Opposed roll. Wakeman is super suspicious right
I was,
now.
I was also going to say, sir, if I may, and then, well, you did just get attacked, and
Yeah.
anyone who gets captured that knows something they don't need to is therefore a security hazard. You know, the intelligence line.
Man,
If I can assist with that.
You can.
deception.
Yep. Spending 3 threat toward the value. I can tell when you're lying.
Oh, awesome. I
Oh.
wonder why she has that value. Gross.
And buying up all her dice because some big shot Commodore's rolling it on her
Okay.
cell.
Mission directive.
Yep.
Okay. I spend for that. So you said you bought up all her dice?
Yep. Oh,
Yep.
actually, I get to keep 2 of that threat because she has a reason. She actually gets 1 die for free.
Oh, awesome. Good for her.
You
that
sound
case-
so disappointed.
In that case, I am going to spend 2 momentum for the 3rd die, and I'm gonna blow my medal that lets me do the threat reroll because I believe I've got that. Which one is that?
You tell me.
Starfleet
it
citation
the-
for conspicuous gallantry.
Yeah, okay, I got that. So I burn the citation for conspicuous gallantry. I roll 3 challenge dice. See how much threat you get. You only get 1 threat.
Okay.
And it was presence command?
Yep.
In the manner that I'm assisting, would I be able to do presence security?
Yes.
Okay, and rolling 4 dice. I have a reroll. I'm gonna reroll. Oh, gross.
Yep, that's fine.
That's a tie.
No, it's not.
5, 6, 7,
You
8.
spent
She
your
has 8 total.
determination. 2,
2.
4, 6, 9. We've got 9.
Where'd the
You spent your determination, buddy.
2, 4, 6, 8?
Yeah.
I'm only counting 8.
5, 6,
If we've
1,
got
2,
6, 7,
3,
8. Never mind,
4,
you're right.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
No, I've miscounted you.
Oh, and I should roll a challenge dice here.
Oh, great. Oh,
Hey.
no.
I get to keep my my threat. She's a veteran.
Wait, she gets to keep all her threat?
Well,
The
three
three
of it. The
threat
three
from
she spent.
Oh.
Unless you've got
Perhaps-
another reroll there.
Perhaps, Commodore, we should speak at the shuttle bay to discuss the particulars of your mission.
Very good.
I'll meet you at the docking bay aboard. Sir. You notice there's an audible pause, but she remembers herself. And then she cuts her line.
Damn. She is suspicious.
Perceptive captains back then. Be very wary. She may only be human, but she is very suspicious of us. Not enough to stop us, but enough that she's willing to stall you. She must be trying to check your credentials, which thankfully we've chosen a credential that checks, but it's, as they say in Starfleet, you are the big brass officer who's walking into someone else's playground. And
Oh, I know how that used to be.
it's worse back then. So you're probably not going to be met with a warm smile.
No, that's fine. That's why he's got me.
Hmm.
I really. They didn't wear black uniforms back in either, did they?
Who?
Intelligence.
No, they just wore the red.
Hmm.
To blend in
Red.
with the common folk.
I saw they wore every color, actually.
She just smiles. Like, yeah, you're getting it.
Oh well. Keep us going, Throny.
And you move to dock with the
Northwest.
The small station, I imagine.
the spaceship.
Yeah.
That's a Hermes class.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not telling you to dock with the station. They wanted you to dock with them, like
Yeah.
land in their shuttle bay.
Okay.
I'm just making sure. I'm just double checking that that is where you're.
Commodore's call. That's you, Grennan.
Yep, we're gonna be respectful.
There we go.
I'll be staying with the weapon for now and supervising the shuttle.
Good. We don't want anyone getting near either the device or that little black box of yours.
I mean, really, all she needs to speak to is the Commodore and potentially myself, but no one else. She doesn't need to meet the whole team.
Hmm.
And she doesn't have cause enough to search the shuttle. So let's not give that to her. I mean, there's nothing out of the ordinary on the shuttle anyway, but you get my point.
No reason to give her more reason to distrust us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, be careful over there. Remember the temporal directive.
Mm-hmm.
Through you, Captain. Commodore. I'm so used to saying Captain.
Let's move.
Used to saying many other things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned most of the away teams just kind of around or in the shuttle still.
Far
Yeah.
out. Groovy.
Wrong century.
God, another one.
Wrong decade. Well, right
No.
decade.
Not the right decade. I'm about to shank you.
Oops.
Annoyed. Not another one.
Dejected.
Enkindle this.
To who is stepping off of the shuttle to meet the captain of the Norwest?
Probably
Yep.
Commodore Blackford.
And Lieutenant Commander Slayton.
You find yourself met by the captain and a who are all armed with Type 2 phasers at the moment. At their hip, like on their belts, but they obviously are ready for a fight.
I mean, they did just get attacked by pirates,
Captain.
which is also an argument for our cases. Yeah, you just got attacked by pirates at a secret weapons facility.
Wakeman holds out her hand. Commodore?
And he shakes. How are you and your
What the
crew
hell are
holding
you-
up?
I'm not sure how much of that is your business, sir. As far as I'm aware, you're not my superior officer. You're simply in the same area I am. So what exactly is going on here?
I'm allowed
What's
to be-
really going on?
I'm allowed to be concerned about Starfleet personnel, regardless of whether they're under my command or not.
Yes, but Commodores have a nasty habit of imperiling other people's crews. Sir, and she lets go of your hand.
Uh-huh. Well, simply put, we are here to replace the device that was lost.
May I ask how you knew it was lost, sir?
We've
It's currently a replacement run. Formerly, it was for a second test. There is not going to be a second test because there is no first.
And you are Lieutenant Commander?
Lieutenant Commander Slayton.
my second in command.
For this particular venture, yes.
What branch are you from there, Slayton?
Security. With,
Security.
well, with enough of a sidestep into intelligence.
And there it is.
At least I told you.
I
Could be far
appreciate
worse.
the honesty, Slate. Commodore,
Uh,
what service are you with?
It is the just had it, the weapons research into Starfleet Department of Special Weapons R&D.
You came all the way out from Earth to look at an experimental Andorian weapons test to bring them a replacement.
Well, I was told that the preliminary results that were preceding the first test were quite promising. I knew I wouldn't be able to make it out here in time to see the first test, but I wanted to see the second test happen myself.
And aboard what ship are you intending to do that?
I was hoping to do so from the facility itself.
Roll me Insight Engineering, difficulty of 2.
And it's supposed to be triggered by the Hermes, I believe.
Hmm?
Pretty sure it's supposed to be triggered by the Hermes while aboard the SS Tory, I think the name of that ship was.
Yeah.
But the Hermes is currently
Take a threat. Focus. Come on. Hey!
Generate a momentum.
How on
Ah,
the ball was
so-
I just then?
So the test was supposed to occur on the Hermes.
Well, no.
From the
So
Hermes.
they don't want the scan. Like they could scan it from the station, but the purpose of the Norwest is so they are a bit closer and they have better sensors. So the device is put on the freighter, it's remote detonated, and then the Norwest scans the explosion, and then they are supposed to warp over and do more detailed scans of the wreckage. You
Hmm.
could do it from the station, but it sounds weird. Now it almost sounds weird as you say that. Wait, their sensors weren't nearly as good as back then, so
Hmm.
distance was a huge issue.
So he says that, and the moment he does, he says, "But now that I see the Norwest, I can understand why they want you to be observing it. And if you'd have me, I'd love to see the test occur from here."
Well, I'm sorry, Commodore, but at this time we're looking at least 6 days of repairs. So I will unfortunately be able to accommodate you at this time, sir.
Understood.
We do have a very experienced Lieutenant Commander of Engineering, if you would appreciate some assistance in the matter. We are, after all, still all Starfleet.
If you can find a way to speed up the repairs, I will not say no to this backwater getting up to speed with modern techniques.
Hmm.
If you don't mind lending the assistance of one of your Commodore.
I believe that can be arranged. Although it would help if we knew where you needed assistance the most. Then I can assign a suitable officer to the job.
Well, Commodore, I imagine the long time back at Earth has made you somewhat unfamiliar with Starship Protocol, but you would address such concerns to my Chief of Engineering. I believe your engineering officer and mine would collaborate on that issue, or perhaps even the commanding officer of the station, sir.
Hmm. Well, I will have, as they say, my people call your people.
Aye, sir.
Bruce closes his eyes for a second, like, yep.
My security detail will, since I
Will
imagine
what?
you board the ship, unless you will do us the courtesy of staying on the station, sir.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
You cut out a lot.
Yeah.
Sir, would you like to? This security detail will lead you to quarters here aboard the ship. However, if you do this the courtesy of, will you be doing this the courtesy of staying at the station instead? And then she paused for a second and then said, "Sir."
Well, we do need to deliver the need to deliver the prototype first and foremost. If we're offered quarter on the station, I think we'll likely stay there. But if not, we would be more than happy to accept quarter here.
Sir, I'm asking which one you would prefer, sir. Flag
As
officer
it stands
present.
right now, I think I'd prefer to quarter up on the station.
Very good, Commodore.
I
Well,
don't want to be in your hair any more than absolutely necessary.
Understood, sir. If you'll follow these nice people, they will guide you to the station, sir.
Very good.
At your leave, Commodore. Commander. And Wakeman strides away.
Pleasant lady.
Quite.
This way, Commodore.
Thank you.
Shall I put the call through to Lieutenant Commander Rad? Sir?
Put the call through to who?
Lieutenant, our engineer.
Yes.
which is the flip-out communications device.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Commander
Oh,
Slayton
yeah.
to Lieutenant Commander Rad. For whomever bothers.
This is Brad.
If you could come aboard the Norwest and communicate with their engineer, or their chief of
I'll be
engineering,
right back.
or station engineering in command to help speed up the repair process.
Very well. How much contact do you wish for me to have?
Whatever is necessary, strictly necessary, to get the Norwest back into a functional state.
Understood. I will report to the dockmaster, engineer, and get working on it immediately.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. Slayton out.
So Rad goes over to the station to assist with the repair. You are looking at a presence plus engineering roll, difficulty of 2.
Ooh, presence is not her best attribute.
She has to talk through the department's. Actually, I'll make it one harder because she has to follow old protocols and not accidentally be too modern.
Oh, it's Efrix.
The doctor is here.
Hello, Efrix. You'll be in the next scene. I have so much for you to do. Don't worry,
Many
Grenad's not
weeks.
dead yet.
You can fix that.
Many weeks of dying Klingons and Quaqua and
I don't think she has a focus.
Probably not.
Yeah, I really, yeah, screw it. She doesn't have a focus for this. I think I'll spend 1 and 2.
How many days did I say? 4 or 6?
6.
6.
Yeah, you gain 2 threat, GM.
Did I take them? Oh, I had.
No, you should be at 12 now.
I'm at 14 now.
How are you at 14?
Now I'm at 12. That's what it says on my counter.
It says 12 on mine.
oh,
I've got a reroll. Screw it, I'll try a value first. I am the Lord Engineer.
Yep.
So I'll reroll 3 first. Awesome.
There you go.
Go.
So far, you are knocked 2 days off of repair time for each additional momentum or threat. You're knocking up another day of the repair time. Oops.
So we've got a total of 4 left.
maybe spend 1 momentum and then keep the last momentum for another roll.
I was considering how we play on a Monday. Would you allow? It's going to be a no, but I'm going to ask anyway. Would you allow that the fact that Vata has the talent of Miracle Worker count for anything?
Well, I mean, look, actually.
Like I said, I don't think it applies for this, but you know, I'm gonna. It sounds
might.
good.
So isn't Miracle Worker tied to
Extended tasks.
talent?
Yeah, because the chief engineer of the Hadfield had that, and it sucked.
I will have to say no, unfortunately.
Yeah. Because I figured as
Entire
much,
characters-
but it was one of those. It sounded
Worth
cool.
asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The entire character's build was just centered around mulching extended tasks, and
Hey,
yeah,
that's what engineers are great at.
Yeah.
A great engineer makes something hard look easy.
I think I'll spend 1 and 1 just to bring it down to 2 days total left.
Okay. So the Norwest is still 2 days away from fully being.
Or would I be ordered to make that happen rather sharpish?
no, that's fine.
Significant increase in speed already.
All right. So Blackford and Slayton are led to the station. Rad worked with some of the dockmaster on the station. Where Tathroni and Sharira are on the shuttle still.
Probably gonna stay there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the con officer would stay there to make sure the shuttle is ready to go at any stage.
Hmm. And Saraya doesn't really have anything else to do.
What do Blackford and Slayton do? As Rad's working away, helping speed up the repairs on the Norwest. As you're sitting in a older style, looking over, seeing a lot of Andorians, but a variety of Starfleet officers, some civilians who are Andorians in scientific outfits. Actually, no, there would be no civilians. I take that back. It's entirely either Imperial Andorian Imperial Guard or it's Starfleet officers. So
Well,
it's some people go Commodore, 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 sir, Commodore. You know, a lot of people notice you as you're going around, and there's your little entourage.
there was a.
Hmm?
I was thinking, there happens to have been a Klingon that showed up and an Orion pirate attack, so I might do a little bit of looking around to see if there was a leak anywhere from here. You know, just
Uh,
what kind of issues might we be about to push into is more or less what's happening.
How are you looking into it? Are you just eyeballing it, getting a feel, looking up at the computer, asking somebody?
A bit of going around and spooky intelligence officer stuff.
Okay.
The hi, I've got some questions to ask, or you know stuff like that.
Present security difficulty of 3.
Have no. Don't do yeah, sure. We'll find out. Okay, you get 3.
Huzzah!
I was like, huh, maybe. No. Apparently not. Not today anyway.
Right back.
A focus in either lead by example of going through and doing this, or chain of command. I am a decently ranked officer.
I'll take chain of command. I start asking through the ranks, you know,
Mhm.
without
Hi.
and being careful not to talk to people who outrank you.
Yeah, the ranks that, you know, they hear things. They hear more than a lot of people would like to admit.
So according to the security report, there is a suspicion that somebody has leaked the program. There was a lot of arguing between the captain, the station command, as well as the chief scientist to discontinue the project since the site was compromised. However, it seems that Dr. Shishashrir that the test must go on, especially now that there's and he would have one built as soon as possible. which they were this close to just killing the whole project until it got that a replacement was here. Like, oh, well, we can continue the project anyway. Okay, that works. They're annoyed that the Norwest is damaged. But if they have to wait a couple days before they start the project, before they do the test again, that's fine. Because they did chase off. It did seem like once the ship was destroyed and the strange heavy fighter exploded, they must have accidentally set off their torpedo and killed themselves. So, as far as they're aware, there's nothing for them to steal. So, and they're not going to take on the space station. That's just too much firepower. So they just warped off. But they don't know that that's happened, and you only know about this because you asked as a security officer with intelligence command card, "Hey, what's going on?" It's like, "Oh, put that in here." "Oh, yeah, you're good. Yeah, here's what's going on."
So, with one of the momentum, who's unhappy about the Norwest's repair being sped up?
Who's unhappy?
Like, you said people were unhappy that the ship was damaged, but who's unhappy that the repair is being sped up?
Dr. Shishishrir thinks that may be a little less to do the repairs that the Bolian Rad is talking about. He thinks it may interfere with the test if the repairs are done sloppily.
Okay. But no one else seems particularly
annoyed? No.
Okay. I was like, that could be a good way to catch someone out if they just tried to sabotage the program, and then they're like, yeah, the ship's well underway to be repaired, and we've got a new device. Who's grumpy?
That's
Who's
a
been
beard.
observed as being more unhappy than normal? But if that didn't pull anything up, then... Okay. Good to know.
Anything the Commodore does?
Any suggestions from the rest of the
You're
party?
aboard a space station? Oh, you're asking everyone else.
Yes.
Sorry. Commodore, when you get to your quarters, you notice that Dr. Shishishrir meets you there.
Dr. Shishishir.
Please, just thanks.
All right.
So you're the
then.
Commodore that's going to fix this mess. About time Starfleet's getting the job done.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is. Sometimes.
Yeah, I do.
Sometimes.
A bunch of Orions blew up my torpedo.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying we have back on Earth. You want something done right, you do it yourself.
Yeah. So, what's the plan? You got you have a Constitution class or some top secret heavy cruiser that you're going to do this test with?
No, it's just going to be, it's just going to be the same test as before, but this time it'll actually get done.
Well, 2 days late. You're telling me
I'd
you don't
only
have a spare ship in the area?
Well, there was the ship that dropped us off, but, well, that was an intelligence ship, and not even I know where it's going after this.
Oh, great. This Starfleet guy doesn't know what he's doing. So we're going to sit here for 2 days twiddling our thumbs doing simulation tests to make sure the replacement works. That's the plan? Or are you going to take
No.
a shuttle out to do this with its oh so great sensor suite since you don't have Vulcan standard or Endorian standard sensors on your small craft.
Wow. When you put it like that.
Hmm.
I feel like Grennan's forgetting the fact that this is someone you have to push back against.
Yeah. Well, when you put it like that, I think you might want to be at least somewhat grateful that we even had a backup to bring. This entire project would be floating belly up otherwise.
Well, thanks to Starfleet.
Yeah. Well, no. Exactly thanks to Starfleet that you have this replacement.
Give me an opposed presence plus command roll.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. I'm gonna spend 3 dice.
You mean 3
Presence.
momentum?
Yeah, sorry. 3 momentum. Yes. I'm gonna try and sell you on a focus in theater. Grennan's trying to play the part of a hard ass.
Sure.
That's not really his thing, but he's doing it.
He's trying.
Rerolling that comp.
Whew. Absolute
wow.
whip on his end.
I am going to bend the. Just a sec. I'm just deciding what I'm gonna do here. You guys think I should quash it with momentum or with the metal?
Your call.
I think. Huh?
Yes.
I think we could. Yeah, I think we could use the momentum. So I'm gonna quash it with metal.
Yep. 3 momentum generated. Oh, very well. You seem to know. And you're as good as we're gonna get, short of an admiral. And they're not coming out here. Both of you and me know that. All right,
Yeah.
then. I guess we're gonna sit around here for 2 days. Then I'll.
Trust me, I feel exactly the same whenever an admiral shows up.
Insight command difficulty 2.
Okay. Deception focus?
No, you're just realizing something.
Okay.
You're remembering something about your mission.
I don't think I have a focus here, but I'll spend a momentum anyway.
Okay.
Just for the reroll. Don't even need it. Get that momentum back.
It occurs to you that the time shift has happened a bit, but you're gonna be 2 days late now if you delay and wait for the ship to be repaired. Which you can do that. You are the senior officer on scene, but you will be challenging the directive of staying as close to the timeline as possible, because you'll be delaying by 48 hours, which is a considerable amount of time.
Just a sec. I'm thinking how to do this.
Unless you want to go down and start fussing with the engineers as well.
Hang on.
Hang
Deciding
on.
what I want to do. Yeah, just deciding what I want to do here. Well, I understand you're anxious to get this project off the ground, Thex.
Oh, please, Dr. Threx. I worked for my title.
Dr. Thex.
Mm-hmm.
I understand you're very anxious to get this project off the ground. Would you, I could see what I could do about getting the Norwest back up and running even quicker.
Well, you could you?
Yes, well, I have some of my own people working on it, but I could probably dedicate a couple more to the effort.
Well, good then. I look forward to hearing about you doing your best.
And I'll see about and if you need any assistance with getting this device set up for the test, that might free up some other personnel to continue the repairs.
I'm not sure I follow.
Well, if you think about it in terms of resources, you have a certain number of people making sure that the Norwest is up and running, and a certain number of people making sure that this device is ready. If
Right.
I offer some of my crew to make sure that this device is set up in a timely manner, more of those people who would be working on the device can instead work on the Norwest.
I'm not sure how much weapons designers to be able to help with hull repair. But if you wish to ask for help in repairing or optimizing the weapons, I mean, I imagine
No.
you have trained people that can help with the weapon being set up.
Mhm. See what I can do.
All right then. Lab 4. He shrugs.
Okay. So, first things first, I need to see what I can do about optimizing the repair crews.
Roll presence plus command to throw assistance as you start seeing if you can get the resources moved around from the station to the Norwest a little more efficiently.
Team dynamics?
Yep.
What's the diff on this?
You're assisting. Currently, it's being made, but we're seeing if you're creating a complication.
Ah, okay.
This is basically a very late assist.
Oh.
So you generate 2 momentum, and same deal as before. If you wish to spend momentum toward speeding up the repairs, you can.
Yeah, just put the 2 momentum towards it.
And you're able to get the Norwest rapidly repaired. It'll be repaired inside the hour.
It helps.
And you have assistance from Texas people, yeah?
By the sounds of it, yeah.
Cool. Who's looking at the weapon in Lab 4?
Would
So
that be a
weapon-
security thing or a science thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that'd be the question. Like, do we know?
Probably both. To
Because if
be
it's
honest.
science, then we can put Lieutenant Surya on it.
Mm-hmm.
You could come at it from an engineering, science, or tactical. You're just coming at it from a different angle. You're looking for
Yeah.
different things.
I'd say
Alright,
science
then, yeah.
then.
Sreya will be assigned over to lab temporarily.
Oh, Cation. Hello.
Hello.
What's over there?
Yes, of course.
You work with chronoton radiation much?
I have a little bit of experience with chronoton radiation, yes. And
Alright.
I've read over the amount of the briefing that I was allowed access to.
All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to run through a simulated test of the explosion through the computer. We're going to see that the replacement your Commodore brought is not, will meet the specs that I designed into it. With that long a trip on whatever ship you're on, we'll have to make sure it didn't get damaged by some bumbling fool, some red shirt who doesn't know what he's doing.
I resent that.
So pauses for just a second and goes, yes, of course.
All right, so beginning simulation test now. All right, we're gonna study the radiation yield, sure that it doesn't go over spec because we don't want to rip subspace in twain. And we're also going to check to make sure the chronoton calculations aren't too much. Otherwise, we're going to have this thing blow up tomorrow. He laughs because there's not enough. There should, even on a quick glance, there's not enough in there to do that. Shouldn't be anyway. Although you know, with the right application of abilities, you can make it do that. But it takes, you needed like, future tech stuff to make it do that. Actually, it wasn't Saria. It wasn't her who did that. It was someone else, I believe.
Yeah, it was shoot, who was it?
Grell.
Grell, yeah.
Reason Science Difficulty 4 to understand the simulated test.
All right, team dynamics here is focus.
Yep.
All right. Spend the momentum for 4 dice here. Cautious. We make 1 back.
So you're able to determine, one, the test goes the way it's supposed to. It does perform to spec. It should, because you guys basically copied his specs and replicated it in the future. So and you guys had way better tech than they do, and you already know what a quantum torpedo is supposed to look like. So not hard for you guys to replicate it in the future. But the thing that strikes you now that you've had time to sit here and watch the simulation, like working with it before, it was kind of an ad hoc, like quick scan. What can we do? How can we use this to help us time travel? But now you're sitting here and actually studying the thing with the doctor. And it seems the idea he had, and this is something even your quantum torpedoes don't do, is that you can have this thing fire, and then basically it's almost like a binary explosive. They have a chronoton radiation generator and a tachyon radiation generator in the warhead, along with the payload. So it fires off, or it's supposed to do. It's supposed to fire off and detonate, and you can have it such that the tachyons kind of eat a hole into the shields, and then the chronotons help it impact and then speed up the explosion. So when someone's being shot at by this thing, they don't know they're being shot at by a torpedo until it hits the shield. By that point, you're way too late. So the difficulty of hitting somebody with this thing is diff 2. And it has the persistent quality, as it exposes the crew inside, theoretically, to massive amounts of tachyon and chronoton radiation, which is super not good for you.
Sounds like a war crime, according to the Federation laws, anyway.
And that's kind of that, and you notice that's the big issue. And Barter got it in one. It's like, yeah, that's the big issue that you'd see with this in the future. This would be, the council would disapprove this as it is. But in theory, this is the testing stage. They're just in simulation. That's what it should do. So when they detonate it on the Tiber, it should be flooded with radiation. It should be a delayed reaction. Like there's a certain set of things that should happen. In theory, they could make this better. And if this project worked, you would have quantum torpedoes way sooner. And then because this is rather advanced for this weapon design. And it occurs to you that, Sashishri worked on the first prototype, but his project, in your time at least, never finished. The project got scrapped because of a event of Orion's attacking, which meant someone else later on had to work off of his work, but they didn't really understand it the way you understand it here with the guy who designed it. And it took people over a century to figure out what the hell this guy was on about. Because after this thing got scrapped, he just walked away from the project. Like, nope, you guys screwed this project. I'm done. You all go to hell. I'm going to work on something else that doesn't involve Starfleet meddling in my affairs.
Yeah.
He was very angry about it and very vocal about his opposition to Starfleet meddling in weapons and leave it to the people who know what they're doing. Yada yada yada.
Interesting.
Finally, looks like someone in Starfleet. Great. All right, so that means that I don't like how it's that much radiation. I really wished in the replication we were able to fix that, but we can worry about that once the practical test goes, and we'll see that if maybe the practical part of it works.
Yes. If that does work, then we are all in for an exciting time.
Yes, of course. All right. So, oh, good news. Seems your Commodore is useful. He managed to get the repairs done. He's narrowed it down to today, so we could load the thing today. That's good. All right, I'll get your people to load this up, and I suppose we'll see you on the Norwest.
Yes, I suppose so.
And he walks off like his butt's on fire.
Mm-hmm. And
Trying not to be excited.
Saria will meanwhile go back to Agent Ware and be like, these are serious implications. Is this what's supposed to happen? Basically.
You're supposing that the test succeeds. What we need to write is that this test is supposed to happen, or we're going to see how history plays out. We interfered, or your counterpart interfered with the test, and we don't know how the test turns out. Now, we are slightly divergent, but looks at a device in her hand. We're not that divergent yet. So something happens here. Now, in theory, the implications you discern will be a great help to the Federation. Or something else entirely could occur. I hope you're not getting cold feet, given that we're weapons design. Not everything can be about saving saints a small when it comes to temporal affairs.
I would hope that such a eventuality might result in less casualties. However, if this project would be approved by the Federation Council, I am not sure of that. However, you are the expert here, so I will defer to your judgment, of course.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was Starfleet in the development of persistent weaponry in this time? Because I don't remember that being a thing. I remember it was photon torpedoes and they advanced it, but I didn't think they were working on a constant burn. That sounds like a Romulan tech, isn't it?
Yes, that is Romulan plasma torpedoes, I believe, were introduced sometime around this year.
How the hell do they know about plasma torpedoes?
It could be a case of convergent design.
I don't like coincidences. Something's wrong here. Just keep an eye out.
Of course.
Well, you might as well report to your Commodore the results. She gestures at your communicator.
Yes. And so will initially go for a comm badge that isn't there, and then
Where points at it, it's right there.
right, flips it open. This is Lieutenant Sria to Commodore Blackfield.
Ferd.
Blackfield here.
Amber puts her hand in to her face.
We have finished the simulations of the warhead. It looks to be in operating condition from everything the computers can tell us, but we will have to see how the actual events unfold, sir.
Very good. Well, I'd suggest we all meet back up on the Norwest.
Understood, Commodore. I will see you there.
Commodore Blackford out.
Closes the communicator.
So everyone's heading over to the northwest, aside from Amber.
No.
Yep.
And new scene. Lieutenant Commander Efrix, MD. How are you?
Hey, it's me.
So you have been, as you may have noticed, under there are some notes.
Under what? Sorry, you cut out.
Underneath your character sheet on Roll20, there should be a medical mysteries file. Between you and Varder.
Oh.
Got it.
Wait, where? I wasn't listening until you said my name.
Huh?
Oh,
Oh,
it's
no,
for,
you can't
it's
see it
for
anymore.
me.
So for the last while, Efrix, you've been busy. You've had a lot of work thrown at
Yeah.
you, and you've been there's been missions going on. The Dusk Machine battle happened. You just had one thing after another after another. It's like I can't get away from DSE. I am constantly dealing with something. At some point, there was like mass injuries, and you couldn't even be there because you were still dealing with other problems. And this is the latest set of problems because you just cleared your desk of the last bit of problems, and hey, there's like 1,000 plus more of them.
Mm-hmm.
So for the
So
last
these
couple
are all these are the current ones?
yes, these are the current problems. We're gonna assume
Okay.
you did well with the other one, just to be nice.
Oh, thanks.
How out of character?
So
The
yeah, right
GM
now you're on
likes me,
DS.
guys.
Due to so the Battle of Pajot subsector area 0606 has happened. Dusk Machine battle's already happened. How much you know what's been going on? I don't know how in episodes you might be.
Oh, not a lot.
So in short, we won. Hooray! The Dusk Machine got
I've been
busted.
reading the log, but that's about it.
You know what? We'll work with you knowing the log. If you've read the logs, you have the amount
I'm
of
not
information you might know.
understanding a ton of it because I'm like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah. And welcome to the life of a CMO who's like, could someone brief me, please? No? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna keep working down
I
here,
mean,
I guess.
that tracks.
Yeah.
Parker's like,
So yeah.
hey, we're alive still.
So
Every once in a
is-
while, yeah, that's what I get.
you have had the assistance of Counselor Wright. Now she is a commander. She outranks you, but she outranks you in the station sense. But medically, she defers to you because one, you're a doctor. She's a counselor. She's like, I can tell you all the counseling stuff, but like she can help with the counseling part and cover that base for you if you don't want to do it. But she can't do the rest of it. It's like she can, and she is trained to be a personal assistant to a doctor for a variety of complex reasons that annoys her to no end. But she's not a doctor. She's a PA at best.
Yeah, well,
Which
yeah,
is still
and she
good,
has
but,
other stuff to do. Yeah.
Yeah. She's currently being mobbed by a bunch of Klingons, Quaqua, and Ooh, so she is busy as hell. Oh, and apparently there was a temporal agent attack, and oh, apparently the Gungnir got damaged, and oh, there's this other thing. It's like I would help, but you need to deal with this and report to the captain, Captain Pend, on our progress, and hopefully we've covered everybody. Because dear God, we have way too many people, and DSC is only so big.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually a bit of news. Apparently the Klingons are basing out of DSE now. House of Gitta, a great bloody house with a full squadron of ships, because that's not going to make life hard as hell. But you know,
Good.
there's Tiger Squadron and
um,
House of Gitta, and all the other 10th fleet ships that decide to come by as well. So,
Are we still hosting the oh God, it's been a while, you guys. The
Midnight Watch.
yeah, the Midnight Watch too.
Oh yeah.
Okay. We're the party station, y'all.
yeah. So which of these?
Definitely everybody on this station gets along.
I mean, your Barber's now a special agent.
I think that was in talks at least, if not like confirmed before I left.
Oh, and there's
Captain
rumors that there's also rumors that the fleet captain might be up for admiralty, but it's all and actually you actually know and everyone that he actually is because you got a message while you were working. Starfleet Medical's like, hey, we need his latest physical for fitness for promotion fitness. It's like, oh, okay,
Got it.
well, yeah, that's the right code. Here you go. Bye. I'm busy. Shoo.
I have a whole file on him here.
Yeah,
It's a mess.
So yes. So
Why is there an entire
What do you mean
section
you-
of this
what do
medical
you mean
report
you
just
killed him?
labeled shoulder?
It's just an entire subsection labeled shoulder.
So which of the
Another
four
one
issues?
of faked deaths.
Which of the four issues do you wish to try to deal with first?
Okay, let's see.
Am I the only one in Roll20 right now? I only see myself.
I see you and no one else.
I see the two of us and no one else.
Yeah, that's
That's
basically
weird.
it. Yeah.
Your connection to the
I
server has
also
been
see.
interrupted. I'm just gonna
Oh, then
refresh.
this is probably a Roll20 issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
There we
There's
go.
everybody.
Yeah,
That was
that was weird.
a thing.
Sure was.
X Files music.
The truth is out there. And we're presuming you're working through each of these issues over the course of days. Like your characters had plenty of time to work through these. Like at least a couple weeks. So
Speaking of somebody that wasn't here for them, like, are there certain cases that are like more extreme, like they're gonna have a shorter shelf life, if that makes sense? Like, triage wise, like somebody that's gonna, like ones that are gonna be more damaged than others.
Reason plus medicine, difficulty 3, assisted by computers plus medicine of DSE to make that determination.
Hang on, I gotta open my character sheet. You guys haven't rolled anything in so long. You said reason medicine?
Yes.
Yes.
Xenobiology.
Sure. Are you thinking patient or the entire 1,000 plus?
I guess the entire, because that's what I was trying to decide, like which grouping of patients is more.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Which of the four, like, of that group has the most injured / the most immediate issues?
Sure. I want to make sure I was answering the correct question.
Okay. And then narrow it down maybe from there, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the one with the Kesha always like pings, but that it's fine. Let's see. Let me remember how this game works.
It involves D20s. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm being helpful.
That's what I'm worried about.
So are you buying any extra dice there, Efrix, or?
That's what I'm trying to decide.
Do it.
I don't think so. I think I'll use one of my surgeon medals to bring down the difficulty.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay. Hey.
Plus DSEs.
I was like, please don't make me have to use my stuff to see who's sick. I'm not that rusty.
Oh. 2 momentum generated.
That's nice.
So you're able to the most somewhat counterintuitively, the most pressing is actually the patients 1002 through 1014, mainly because they are what happened. They were off of the Gungnir, ran into a problem where they had a moral quandary where they had the ability to purge the invading Sonic entities that were in the Indolans to revert them back. The problem is you would destroy those unique entities, but if you leave them in there, then the Indolans don't get to come back the way they are. They just forever will believe they're these new people now. And the Gungnir almost made a call on that, and they said, "You know what? Let's put this to DSE because there's a far more skilled doctor in the area who has like better facilities than us. So we'll put that on your table and see what you want to do, what you think we should do with them." But they have the tech. You know how it's done, but it's just one of those like or at least you found it. You know what they think could be done.
Yeah. So this reaches out to me. So remember when we were trying to figure out how to remove the butterflies without killing the butterflies? This was this is a while ago.
Preserver tech.
Cool things.
Yeah, the preserver tech stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of the same idea of like separating. Yeah, separating a sentient from another sentient without destroying either. And we had started work on that. I don't know if we ever got very far.
No.
Yeah, the project hasn't been chased since then because you didn't have a pressing need. I'll also say because of triage, you can spend an additional momentum to get an update on one of the other groups. The next important group after this one.
Okay. Yeah.
So spending 1?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. The next most important is patients 1 through 548, just because they're good old fashioned injured. And honestly, they're taking, not to be crude, but they're taking up bed space. Like they could sit here, but it's like, yeah, but we need to get you well, or we need to get you ambulatory enough that you can go to Starbase Aegis or elsewhere. Because if another crisis happens, you're kind of full. Like you're going to start having to take up like, restaurants and bars and stuff to get more extra space. Which, as a CMO, you can just say that happens. That's my space now. And Wright has to go. Oh, medical emergency.
On doctors.
Yeah.
There's only so many providers on this base.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's the situation as you know it at present.
Okay. And you said I know what the what they think the best step is.
Yep. They had the 2 methods. In theory, you could just leave them alone, but if you leave them alone, eventually the psionic compression stays and they'll stay Quaqua. But so if you're going to do something, it kind of has to be soon. That's why at first you would think, oh, I can just leave that. It's like, no, the longer you leave that, eventually the choice is just made for you. So that was the big quandary. They almost purged them. And then they're like, okay. I don't know. We're gonna wince at that and go, you know what? Let's let Dr. Efrix take a shot at this and we'll figure it out later. Because there's also the hope that you might know a different solution than they did. So that was their hope.
Mhm.
But they didn't know because they don't know your files. So they didn't know
Yeah.
that they're right, but they're not. They weren't 100% right on that.
So I
I-
remember, so we definitely started working on a way to do that prior to the solution that ultimately happened. So I know we were looking at an existing form where you would just purge it and you would kill the microscopic or life forms. But we had began working. We had made a couple of rounds through trying to get it to where that wouldn't happen.
Sorry, you're getting a little quiet there. Every so
Sorry,
often.
that could just be my connection. We've had bad like storms, so.
Oh no.
But
Oh, go ahead.
does
Sorry.
that make sense?
Yeah. If you wanted to get into work in a timely fashion, because you're basically rushing the research, I would call that
Yeah.
daring medicine, difficulty 4, comp 2, assisted by computers
Okay.
plus medicine.
Dark medicine. I'm gonna. Boy, I'm just burning everything real early. I'm gonna spend another surgeon's medal to bring down the comp.
Comp? Okay.
And I'm gonna spend a cautious.
I mean, I was gonna spend it anyway, but you have to steal it.
I don't know if you heard it.
And then this one's kind of weird, but could I proc like infectious disease or xenobiology again?
What was that?
What was that noise?
I heard an alarm. I
Yeah,
thought that was me.
I heard it too.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that sounded. Wow.
That was weird.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think infectious disease or xenoimmunology was going to be a good fit, but I thought I'd ask.
Sorry, I'll take
Just
senior.
because that would just be like using their own bodies to fight off this, which is not what we want.
I will take senior immunology because you can use it to help it along. At least you make sure you're not causing an autoimmune reaction. You don't want
Okay.
them to have an allergic reaction to your treatment.
This is true. No, I don't. Not particularly.
Like, yes, immune system, fight it off. Not too much, but just enough to help me.
Yeah.
Please do not kill the
Help
patient.
everyone decide that this is not where they want to be. They want to be their own people. Yeah.
Two, 3,
Whoop,
and
whoop.
4, plus the station.
Computers medicine again.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought we've already established I'm pretty good at rolling for ships and stations.
Yeah, 2 momentum generated. So yeah, Doctor, there is a way, a type of crystal matrix that you can create that can hold. It's kind of based off of an experimental Vulcan thing, containing Katra for an amount of time, and you can kind of do something like that. It's super experimental, but it gives the psionic impression somewhere to go that isn't in the endolence. You're looking at a opportunity cost of 1, escalation of 2 to have it replicated, and then you're looking at a daring plus medicine roll difficulty of 3 to implement the procedure.
Okay. I mean, I think it's a worthy cause, but I don't want to.
Hey, you're the CMO.
Yeah, you're the doctor.
what-
you
what-
make the
what-
call.
Well, it's not like it's gonna hurt anyone else. I mean, it's not like there's this mean-spirited entity out in the universe out to pick on you or anything.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best option. That's the most
Mhm.
Starfleet option, except that it's super experimental, which like some people might have issues with. But it's kind of what I do.
So,
Yeah.
Crystals, experimental stuff. Yeah.
so that was 1 and 2, correct?
Yep. Just to replicate the device. Do you tell the patients what you're doing?
Yes.
I'm gonna make this
Because they should have the option to say no to treatment. That is absolutely a thing.
presence plus medicine difficulty of 3 to that
Okay.
we only have without because you're also trying not to because they don't really understand how this and the other group kind of didn't loop them in. They just kind of said,
Yeah.
"We need to go here for a while because we don't want to traumatize them because this is freaky enough as it is."
Yeah. Okay. Counseling.
Yeah, I'll take that.
And then I'll spend 1 for cautious. There it is. I'm gonna fish. Hey.
Dang it. Gain your 2 bloody momentum. Yeah, you're able to without you're trying to make sure they're making an informed decision without compromising the treatment. But you're still making sure that they're informed, and the Duchess and her entourage decide that, well, it may be alien technology, but I mean, you are a woman of the stars, so I'll trust your judgment on this matter. And if you think it's of service to the Principality and the greater Quaqua people, then of course they will submit to a medical procedure that will ensure their health, and both mental and physical. The other people don't get a say because she outranked. So, I mean, Federation-wise, that's kind of icky, but for Quaqua, that's okay. For Indolens, it's also okay, but for a different squeaky reason.
Wait, no. Denobulans respect other people's beliefs. Okay, it's fine.
So now you just have the procedure ahead of you.
Mm-hmm. Daring medicine, you said?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna ask if
Mhm.
novel trauma applies here.
It would. Yep. I was waiting for you to ask.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if this qualified as trauma, like, yet.
That's just cosmetic, really.
And since it's a procedure, would surgery apply?
Yeah, in a way. I'd up the comp because it's not.
Okay.
But it
Yeah,
would
it's
work.
not. I was just asking, like.
But it could apply. Yep. You kind of need something like parapsychology or some other neurosurgery would be the more dead on, but surgery's close enough that I take it.
Okay. Yeah, don't have that one yet, even though I keep messing around in people's brains, including mine. It's fine. You know what would be great if I wrote down what these metals do?
Nah, we're supposed to memorize those. It's a 10 fleet rule, don't you know? It's
Mm-hmm.
right there in the FAQs and everything. I mean, Penn put them in. I blame him. It's his idea. So.
You say that like I care.
See.
What does the Starcross do?
If I'm not mistaken, that
'Cause
increases
that-
your crit range.
Pretty much.
I have to-
Okay. Because I have that in surgery. That's why I'm asking.
You may double your focus range.
Okay, cool. Should I wait? No, this is super experimental and weird. I think I'll go ahead and use it on that. And then spend one for cautious. And you said up the comp? Oops, sorry, I didn't up the comp.
It's okay. You hit it anyway. But your hit range is doubled, so those are both 2s, in fact. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then I can reroll. Hang on, because I spent for caution.
Having a star cross and a 5 stat. Yep.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Friggin' 3 momentum generated as you're able to isolate the Quaqua psyches in experimental capturing crystals, and the Quaqua change into very confused and dazed mushroom people
Oh.
who are very annoyed at their situation.
I
And,
mean, that's fair.
I start asking, where are they? How did you capture them? What are we doing here?
To kind of give the same rundown that I gave them when they thought they were Quaqua.
Presence medicine difficulty 3. Because now I have to convince these people, no, we didn't capture you. We're helping.
Spend one for cautious. Counseling?
Yep. Aren't you glad the guy near left us on your doorstep?
Hey, listen, I'm just glad that for once I left counseling alone and didn't change it to something. You're already giving me presence medicine, so I don't have to use doctor's orders.
Haha. Oh no. One momentum generated as you're able to pacify the into realizing that they are in fact perfectly fine. If they want to leave, they are free to go. Everything's fine. And they become someone else's problem. They're no longer a medical issue. It is now a rights problem to deal with them.
Sorry, right?
Yeah.
But also not sorry.
So what is the next set of patients you're going to deal with?
Okay, so the one through the
548.
the next, yeah.
You're looking at control medicine
Why did
roll.
my brain read that backwards? Oh boy.
Control plus medicine, difficulty 5, assisted by structure plus medicine, because, oh god, it's over 500 patients and you need to get through these people and sort through them yourself. I mean, you have medical staff, which is making this at all possible, but it's still a lot of people that you at the end of the... Yep, they can leave.
Yeah, that's
Nope.
why I didn't ask if the team brought things down, because At this point, everybody is assigned like a person, like at like five to 10 people at a time. There is no there's a team, but there's not a team. Okay, let's see, what can I do here? I already spent all my stuff to bring stuff down. It's fine. Definitely spending for cautious. And then I think I'll spend another 2 momentum for fourth dice.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Myth won't hold a grudge, I swear.
Hey, I gained those. I can use them.
And she can't hold the grudge if she's dead.
Don't say that.
It's true though.
Xenobiology or emergency medicine or surgery. I don't know.
I take emergency medicine. I think that applies here.
Okay. And I know I kind of already used triage. Is that something that I can spin forward to help get through these, or?
I'll knock the diff down by 1. Because presumably you'd be able to get through them a lot.
Okay.
If we were actually playing this out, person by person, or group of 5 by group of 5, you get what I mean?
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
Do you want me to roll the station first to see if that hits it for you?
Oh, I mean, I get 1 reroll for cautious anyway. But yeah, sure, go ahead.
You only need 1 more.
Hey!
Finger guns.
It is a lot. You spend a very tiring week of just one after another, and then, oh wait, Quaquaw don't do that, they do this. Oh wait, Woohoo do this, they're different than humans than this way, and on and on. But eventually, you and your team are able to get through everybody, and the people you're able to you get people. Thankfully, you're also able to get a lot of people back to, like, some of the Woohoo you're able to send back to the Illuminated Worlds. You really can't send a lot of the Quaquaw back to the Principality because they're in the middle of a succession and secession war. So they kind of have, but thankfully the Baron of Liliri isn't tied up. He is tied up in it, but he's far away enough from the battle that it isn't a war zone, so they have somewhere to go that has medical facilities for Quaquaw. So they all go that way. The Klingons kind of are able to take care of their own. They got hurt, but they stopped by here because they have better, and a lot of them you can just tell them, here's some painkiller, go away. You have an extra liver, you're fine.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
Take some blood wine and call me in the morning, I guess. The human Ultra Federation people, that's when it becomes an issue, and you're able to get through them and make them so that they're either going to Starbase Aegis or to Starbase 27 if they're not, or just keep them here. Like, some people you can just keep here and they'll be fine. Normally you'd use the other ships to help you, but every bloody ship in the Tiger Squadron is away, and the Gungnir and the Ganymede basically by this point would have left and done their own for their own missions. So you're kind of using your only resource is DSE, and you can't use any of the planets in your system. So eventually, though, there are some people where if they get priority, they can go to different places in Tallgrass. So eventually you get down to a normal level of patience.
We have some beds open for emergency reasons.
So what is the next issue you wish to tackle, if at all?
Okay. Where did it go? Did I close it like an idiot? No. Okay.
I definitely didn't do that earlier.
I guess between the two that are remaining, um, is uh, Lord Captain Oda experiencing like any adverse effects that I know about, or can they sit on the back burner?
If you spend a momentum, I'll answer that due to your triage talent.
Okay.
One momentum spent. You learn that if anything, Oda's presence in your medical bay is cautioned by Lord Singer Sasir, his chief advisor and historian, because in
Okay.
essence, Oda ripped out, killed his enemy who had a black red crystal in his heart that was making him basically a super Klingon. At
Mm-hmm.
which point Oda reached in,
That's terrifying.
ripped it out, and then communed with it somehow, and then it turned purple like the Kashoans are now, and then he shoved it into his own chest. At which point Sasir rightfully freaked out a little bit and went, "You are seeing a doctor. Not one of ours. You're seeing the expert on Kashoans, because she's right here at DSE. We're gonna have you see her, and we'll see if you're okay." He doesn't want to be there. He wants to go back to work, but
Mm-hmm.
this is the leader of a great house and a member of the
Yeah.
High Council, so kind of a VIP at the moment.
Yeah, I'm like, oh god. Cause like my diplomatic brain says that I need to treat that, but my doctor brain says, you can wait." Um I can imagine like every time she passes, she'll be, "I'll be right with you," for like weeks.
Your house doesn't need
um
you. You can wait a bit, right?
oh, it's also like I feel like I can just like look him over and then get him out of the way and then work on everybody else. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna prioritize the VIP because it's just one person.
Um,
And theoretically, my staff can be working on the other ones while I'm working with him.
reason medicine difficulty 2. It would be higher, but you are the director. You are the expert, Kashoans. So
Yeah. I wrote a paper and everything.
yeah, this is probably your first time actually seeing a purple, like a unified Kashoan. You've always seen them as
Yeah.
one or the other. This is the first time you've seen one for yourself.
Well, I was on the planet,
Oh,
but
that's true.
yeah.
Yep.
But it wasn't like I was studying them at that point. It was more like, oh god, please don't kill all of us, and yourselves. Okay. One for cautious. Xenobiology?
Yeah.
Since I don't have my Kashoan specialty focus anymore. Ah!
And you killed him. Hold on, I'll get.
Uh,
I'll write that. I'll write that down for Saturday. You died. Sorry.
No.
But was it a glorious death?
No, it was super embarrassing. The doctor sucked.
The ship helped.
She tried to talk to them and they exploded.
Oh, not again.
Well, you hit it though, thankfully.
Yeah, and I squashed that
comp.
that comp, but I didn't make any of my momentum back. I'm sad.
You after checking over Oda, you find out that the Klingons.
You know what? I was rolling the wrong thing, but that may not have made a difference.
I didn't know. I checked.
Okay.
I believe 18 and 19 are.
Yeah.
It seems the patient is
Well,
taking
the
to
other
it
one was
rather.
a 15. It's still not.
Your patient.
no.
Sorry.
Right? Because the I rolled a 15 on that last one.
14.
14. Never mind.
She's panicking. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Trying to
So
do math.
the patient has no real ill effects. It's very similar to the crystal bone issue that Varner has, except it's a Klingon heart, which if this was in any other species, it probably would have killed them because the shock of the bones are not a great thing to replace either, but bones can be made of other materials. Like you can replace that or sheath them in other things, and the body can adjust to that. Losing your heart, and now your heart isn't a
I
meat
am
thing, it's a
intimately
crystal.
familiar with Klingon hearts.
And this is now a crystal thing that pumps somehow. It really is complicating his biology, but Black Lull means that his biology is adjusting. And it seems to be healing the damage it's doing to him internally because it's a purple heart, as it were. So it is damaging him and fueling his anger, but it's also healing the damage that it's doing in the same breath. So as long as he doesn't get super stressed out, he's fine. As long as he doesn't get super agitated for a Klingon, better way to put it. They're always agitated, but if he's over agitated, it might lean a certain way and complicate, and he might have heart issues then. But otherwise, he's fine. His day to day,
But he also has redundant, right?
Yeah, he has redundant lungs and redundant organs and such, and redundant hearts. But his hearts are replaced by the crystal. It kind of formed
both
around.
of them are.
Yeah, it's now one big lump. So if anyone wants to treat his heart, it's incredibly difficult now because they have to know how to deal with crystal with Kashoans, which very few people know how to deal with purple Kashoan crystals because there are no other examples of it in the universe currently.
Yeah.
Aside from the bones, but that's like studying. I'm studying bones to learn about a heart.
Yeah,
doesn't quite work.
I mean, I can discuss that with him, but I also know that Klingons are very much if I am dying, then I should be dying. That's the way it is, right?
Yeah. If there's no way, if it's gonna be a slow death, yeah, they don't like to slowly wait for recovery. They'd rather have an instant solution or just be done. To put it that way.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a conversation with the Klingon about their stress levels. Oh my god.
But before you can
I'm
really
sure
get
you're
into,
not under any stress ever as a leader of a great house.
as you once you at all clear him, he asks questions of, "Am I dying? And am I at risk in the future?" You're like, no. And then you start telling him other stuff. He's like, good, and he leaves.
Okay. I'll forward the information to his medical specialist.
He was just dying to get out of there, and he's trying to be nice. He's growling all the time.
Yeah, he doesn't scare me.
Your staff is like, she'll be right with you. Why is she with me right now? She'll be right with you, we swear.
For days.
And now you are left with last group.
This is the bright side of a doctor that doesn't sleep, y'all. Okay.
I was gonna make you do fitness rolls, then I'm like, you're a bloody no sleeper, so never mind.
I mean, I'm sure technically she would tell any other Denobulan, just because you don't sleep doesn't mean that you don't need to rest. But
you still have lunch.
as I do.
So you can either deal with the counseling glut you have. Presence or control plus medicine difficulty 4. Presence is you actually working through the cases yourself. Control is you getting all the counselors on stage going, hey, your group's 1 through this, your group this. You're making sure everyone's being put where they need to be put to make sure everyone's covered.
Okay. Let's see.
And you're actually assisted with might plus rep of the squadron at this point because you're trying to make sure everyone's getting seen by the counselors you have available.
I mean, I'm technically better at presence, but I think she would delegate at this point because she's not like she's trained to be a counselor. She's not. That's not her focus. So I think she would like. Obviously, she's gonna do her part too, but it would be better to delegate to people that are more specialized in that field.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything to spend. I've used all of my things. Shoot. I mean, counseling.
Yep. Even if delegating, you know
How-
who to delegate to.
Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't have anything else. Yeah. Whoop. I don't think Mama Bear applies. So
No. Oh no.
Pand.
That's not a starship or a station role.
I guess I'll spend. Oh, that means I have to reroll though, doesn't it?
Because you're too short currently.
Yeah. I almost did it. I should have. Okay. I guess I will try to re-roll because that's my option here. A starship is a home, her crew, a family.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Oh, and it's worse.
It's 2 complications instead of 1.
Oh, and it's worse. Damn it. I mean, I don't think I have anything else. I don't know. I don't think I have any counseling or delegation milestones.
Do you ask for assistance, perhaps?
I mean, wasn't that the role? What the role was for was to ask.
Well, that was to coordinate. You're seeing this could try for someone to help you coordinate the effort.
Would you ask Penn to help you? I mean, he's on the station if you need help.
There's also other medical people that you could potentially ask for
Yeah,
help.
that's what I'm.
The trick is who's on station because everyone who's on a ship is not here.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, my top thought was asking right.
you could ask her. It just up her complication assist because she's occupied, but she can assist. If I can find her bloody sheet, that'd be helpful.
Is anybody else on station?
Vemeth is. and Pend is. Oh,
Yeah,
Sarissa
Vameth
is the new chief of security for the station.
No, I think it would either be a medical person or Pend.
Wright's going to apply her Star Cross. Oh shoot! It's just one extra.
So that still doesn't get us there, and we still have those complications.
Well, I don't think this is a task that has a limited number of assists.
Nope.
Yeah.
This is-
Yeah, I'd call in maybe Pend. Not that control medicine is your thing, sir.
It's a 14. I have a 12 in control and a 2 in medicine.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad.
My thought in asking for Wright's help would be that she knows exactly who to talk to, so she doesn't necessarily have to be present, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
yeah, I'm just representing that she comes down every once in a while to go. Who's in today? Person, not that person. You want this person. Okay, bye.
Thanks.
would-
I owe you a drink.
so the
You owe me a lot more than just a drink. But yes.
Lots of drinks.
Yes.
knowing that this is a so what's this type of role again? Just to coordinate, get things done around the station.
Yep, they're coordinating various counselors to deal with the various patients who are dealing with mental trauma from Pedro Sector Area 0606.
Would you have allowed Pend to direct her, considering he's on the station trying to get stuff done?
You could do that. Yeah.
Then I'll spend my medal to make it a crit, so there's 2 successes. So that makes it 5 and a comp.
2 comps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I
the
might
might roll
be able
comp
to
as well.
complicate a game,
Oh yeah.
or I might be able to get a success. Those are the options for me.
If you call up Sarissa to help.
She's got a
I don't
12.
think I don't
She
think
has-
efforts would probably call on security to help with this.
You're going to counseling or else. No,
I mean, you could get the meth if she hasn't rolled yet.
I mean, it is
Yeah.
occasioned with disarming nature. She looks friendly.
Like, the meth has a 14
Yeah,
and
I
a
would.
focus.
Yeah. I mean, Vameth is
What are you?
kind of effort is
Oh,
right
yeah,
hand
Vameth is way
person,
better
so
at this, no question.
Yeah.
I'm just shitposting.
Focus in either neurology or team dynamics here.
team dynamics, given what you're doing. As the head of surgeries, helping out with the personnel
yeah,
shortage issue.
that was my thing. I was like, am I gonna pull in the Vulcan
Yeah.
for counseling?
So
I
what
mean,
a-
she's
what a-
coordinating people.
Hey, get another success.
Yeah, so that's 6, 2 comps.
Give me 2 comps.
2 momentum.
2
Right?
momentum to squash the comp.
Well, there's 2
Squash
comps. There's the
one of
one
the-
she had for. There's one in her
Yeah.
hand, and then there's the one that the might roll did.
Didn't
Yeah.
she re-roll the one in her hand?
Nope. I got
Oh,
the reroll was what gave it to us.
Yeah,
Hmm.
we are succeeding, and you can quash at least
Yeah.
one of them.
We can quash one.
I'll simply take the 2 threat.
Oh, that doesn't.
But yeah, no, you're able to between the 4 of you, you're able to get the counselors who because it becomes very much a resource management problem where it's like you only have so many counselors who only have so many hours in the day they can do anything. Even if Wright pitches in that, or you pitch in, there's still so many hours you can be counseling patients without and still have effective care. But eventually you figure out how to do it, and it has higher priority and so on and so on. So everyone is going to get treated. If you had whiffed this, I was going to reduce everyone's crew support by 1 due to crew shortages.
Cool. Yeah.
So this was important. This is actually the least time constraint, but the most important if you whiffed it, especially with those comps. So yeah. By the way, you now can brief Captain Pend on your progress since you did pull him in.
Oh, good, you're here.
I appear from nowhere at the best of times.
Everett looks confused for a second and then kind of like shakes it off. So, we've cleared most of those injured. Hang on. Pull up my notes. Sorry. So we cleared most of those injured from the 0606 incident. Either cleared them for duty or sent them to other facilities now that they're stable. We managed to preserve the psionic presence that was inhabiting the Indolans and free the Indolans from it. So there's that. They are also currently not convinced that we kidnapped them, so it's another crisis averted. As you've seen, we've managed to help those we can due to the mental trauma that they've sustained. And Lord Captain Oda is okay as long as he keeps his anger under control.
Ah, yes. Klingons, well known for their controlling of anger.
I mean, it may be fine, but there's definitely a possibility that I won't go too much into it. But his medical staff has been briefed as much as they can be. He's not actively dying.
Well, that's a positive at the very least. Is there anything else that you need from me?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, if there is, just let me know, and I'll see what I can do.
For now, things seem to have cleared up congestion-wise here, so if you need me elsewhere, let me know.
Unless you know how to crawl into a computer core and find out what temporal agents have been doing, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be alone on that one.
I mean, my science is okay, but that's not really my specialty, sir.
Yeah, I figured as much, but I prefer to have you here or to help with anything that does go wrong. Plus, considering you've been swamped for the last extended period of time, you should probably take a break yourself.
So swamped that you could even come up to do the brief. Need you help? I guess I'm coming down to help you with coordinate. Oh my god, you are busy.
And that was after we cleared everybody else out.
Yeah, so I'm unofficially ordering you to take a break.
Aye, sir.
Okay.
And with that, end of scene.
Just kind of collapses into her chair.
But he ordered me to take a break.
New scene. Commander Myth, what are you taking as the plank enters orbit of Yorpan 3? What type of shuttle are you taking?
A working one.
Yeah, one of those. I'm taking. Let's see, what is the plane? Yeah, let me just take a look real quick because I have those written down. I'm taking a Class 9 shuttle, the Quanta.
Type 9 shuttle, you say? One moment, please.
Captain, is the shuttle up to your standards?
God dang.
Yes, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Your XO is kind of standing by as you're nearby as you're getting ready to go, and visibly not pleased, but not vocalizing that annoyance because that's doesn't want to countermand you, but he's not happy.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all comfortable with this plan, but doesn't exactly have a better one. So, oh, that's why it's not showing. Fudge muffins. All right. This. And what was it? The Quanta?
Yeah, it's the Quanta.
Shuttle Quanta. Oh, type 9, I believe. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you board the Quanta by yourself?
Yep.
All right. So you begin your journey back to the gas giant.
Mm-hmm.
You begin to approach the asteroid field. And guess who has to make a piloting check all over again?
Yeah.
Or unless you want to try charting it before you enter.
Yeah. I'll try charting it first.
Well, too bad I'm not letting you know.
Oh, okay.
Plus con diff 3, assisted by computers plus con of your shuttle.
All right. Analytical to bring down the difficulty by 1.
I'll take him.
All right. Rolling 2. All right, that's 3 successes. Generate momentum.
All right, so you've charted the
Don't forget the ship.
hazard.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah.
true. It could whiff.
I do have that. Computers. That's a 7. Let's go. All right. Hey, the shuttle did the opposite of whiff.
So the base diff is diff 3, comp 3. Are you bringing down the difficulty or the comp?
I'm gonna bring down the difficulty by 1 here.
Okay. So you've plotted a nice little hole that you can hopefully fly the Quanta through.
Mm-hmm. Daring. Okay.
You are
Even
taking
with
a
the
small
course
craft.
charted.
You are doing something you're not normally supposed to do in a hazard.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Besides, with the course charted, that's why it's diff 2.
Yeah.
You're making it less daring. You actually know. It's like I can run out the traffic, but if I time it right, I'll find a gap in the traffic and then dive into it. It's like, I mean, I'm glad you're considering what you're doing.
Yep. I'll spend that 3 momentum here.
Because
Me with
somebody
my
spent all
daring of 7. Ugh. Rolling 4. Okay, I got there, and I didn't comp. Now the ship. Comp 3. Hey, another one from the ship.
So you were able to zip through the. You actually know that you get an occasional warning from your shuttle, letting you know that you are about to be crashed into by a asteroid as big as you are, and you just speed up a little bit. You calculated for that already, so good thing you did your math ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you find yourself in orbit of this strange gas giant.
All right, I will engage my shielding systems
Shields up.
and begin my descent.
I saw sick bay music playing. That was silly of me, but oh well.
No, that's just where she's going to end up.
I don't end up in sickbay if I'm damaged. Come on now. I'll do briefly, and they're like, "We don't know what to do."
Your shields light up as you descend.
Mm-hmm. I'm keeping an eye on the modifications to make sure they're holding.
And what does that mean?
Just if anything does go wrong, I'm gonna try and get out of there. It's a lot of threat.
Your
Fine.
lack of confidence hurts my feelings.
Oh, okay, GM. I see how it is.
As you descend, very rapidly, a storm roars over the hull of the shuttle. And you find your shields essentially just pop almost instantaneously. And something breaks. Oh no.
Ow!
You literally just killed her.
No, it's on engines.
No, but you've destroyed the structure.
I'm gonna have some complaints from my engineer here. We built this shuttle to not have this happen.
Don't blame me. You took it in there.
Okay, so well, thankfully I rolled to see if you get dropped by the explosion. As yeah, you suffer critical damage to your structure as the shields pop, and immediately you're running into there's fires raging all around you. Various panels just go out. You get sparked at a bit, but being an android, they don't bother you that much. That's not good. And then, if it didn't get any worse, you get hit again. Or rather, you took so much damage from your shields being overloaded that your engines got destroyed. So, you're looking at a core breach. However,
Don't look at
I
me.
imagine I imagine you don't want to be here, right? I imagine you wouldn't want to be blown up in a shuttle explosion.
Probably not.
Okay. So,
Do I get a midnight power instead?
no.
You already got the Machine X Midnight Power.
That's true. That's true. I do, basically. And I have the extraordinary attribute.
Oh, hi.
A Luna class vessel comes roaring up to its range. It is the Pandora is looking at a reason plus engineering roll. 2 assisted by sensors plus engineering. Yeah, you're not on a thing. It's coming from a thing. Yeah, the math's right. If you were rolling it, would you like to spend any resources?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, this is an ally. What? You guys took it as an ally?
Yep.
Yeah. I just always think it's hilarious.
It is. It'll.
See, engineering. Yeah, so I'll spend a threat here.
Okay.
Yes. Somewhere. Yeah, not important. Never mind. Right, well that's still 2. It's a hit plus the ship itself.
Captain Varder's not helping. He doesn't know shit about this. Yeah, you've got it.
The systems of the ship is what I mean.
He's like, yeah, you got it.
Sensors. Alright, so generate a momentum.
The Pandora would like to spend 2 momentum to maintain the initiative. Sorry, to swift task. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
And it has to perform because it's swifted. Control plus con, difficulty of 1 by engines plus con, to get away from the ship that's blow up.
Alright. 1 threat for bold con, or daring con, not bold.
Okay.
Focus in starships.
Yeah. I think this applies somehow.
Still ahead. Engines con. Alright, there's momentum.
The Quanta explodes in a plume of fire as the ISS Myth dives deeper and deeper into the gas giant. And apparently, I'm going to a different website. One moment.
Dorj is
Oh, wait a
very
minute.
upset. But then
Oh
again,
yeah, Dorsh is
all
super.
the state of existence.
Yeah, I don't think Doja wants to contact Pend at the moment.
And that is the end of part 2.